Hello there, folks, and welcome to session 30. Yes, yeah, I didn't get tricked. I didn't get tricked this time by YouTube's faulty labeling system of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest, your Selkie, that face, fuck.
I'm going to turn it into a GIF and just get the shadows creeping in.
Oh my god. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch. With me today, we've got my lovely cast, starting with, as I've just mentioned, we have Selkie Cove. We've got that one Warlock. We've got Just Kyle. Just below Just Kyle, we've got Madness Diamond 2.0. And last and most certainly not least, we have the only brain cell in the village, our lovely Lawless Ares cosplay. Now, do we have any particular housekeeping? Do I have housekeeping? Yes, I do. We have a tentative start date for our mini campaign. Welcome to the Academy. We have got a tentative start date of the 19th of May at 5 p.m. CST, where you can come along and you can see all kinds of weird and wonderful magic school shenanigans. Have you ever wanted to see a D&D campaign which will actively make fun of Harry Potter and all of the plot holes within that movie? Like, for one, how there's a forbidden forest, but, you know, if you do one thing wrong, such as get into an argument with your classmates, they'll send you in there as detention. But, you know, don't go in there. There's things that will kill you. But yeah, go in there when it's detention, unsupervised. Yeah, well, we're going to do that. We're going to make fun of everything in it. All of it. We're going to make fun of everything about it. Because what better way to piss off J.K. Rowling than to point out all the plot holes in her shitey books? Anyway, that's going to be there on the 19th of May. That's when we're tentatively starting. We've got some wonderful cast members. They're all fantastic. They're all so exciting, looking forward to it. And I can confirm there's still going to be homebrew shenanigans, because one of the players has already said that they want to play a homebrew race that I created. Every time a player says they want to use something, like I did. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I sent the campaign link to them and to the party, and then this one player was like, "Hey, so I found this thing on D&D Beyond, and I think it'd be cool to use it." Nah. And I was like, "Hey, that would be really cool to use. Also, I made that." That's my name there. So yeah, it kind of went quite funny, but it's going to be great. It's going to be phenomenal. It's going to be a mini campaign, so it's only going to be about maybe 30-35 sessions long. But it's going to be a fantastic ride while we're there. It's going to use things from Strixhaven as well. So come along, and who knows, you might like going back to school. Other than that, I don't have anything. So I'm going to pass on over to our lovely, wonderful cast here and ask them the question that everybody loves to hear at the beginning of these sessions. Guys, what the frickety Fraggle Rock fuck happened last session?
We had a drink.
Yeah, there was drinking. There was drinking last session. But I mean in-game, guys. What happened in-game?
Well, started off with Reaver being creepy, which is usually Selkie's job. Being very off-putting because Reaver got a new body. The process is over. Everything is fine. Reaver's totally not a killing machine. Archie definitely wasn't driving the boat. It was fine.
Everything is awesome.
Everything is cool because we're part of a team.
Anytime Reaver builds, please imagine the Lego building noises in your head as body forms.
So, upon hearing this, seeing this, and some cryptic words from Reaver, Luce, Marisol, and Feather were very hesitant about, are you okay? Are you captain again? Are you gonna kill us? No, the bell isn't ringing. To which point, Reaver somewhat came to his senses, looked around, and realized that Echo was in fact missing. And proceeded to say, I'm going to go find Echo to To which it was brought to Reaver and discussed that maybe we split for a couple days and meet up. That way we don't get hounded by the locals for having a dead man with us. And so as Reaver was leaving, he took Feather aside and be like, would you kill Luce if I asked? To which Feather said, fuck you. In more or less words. And pretty much quelled any kind of like worry that Reaver had about that. And went off to find Feather, or Echo. Rest of the party was led on to the not the Giant's Toe, the Sunken Monk, to where we had rested before. Reaver ended up finding the belt with the dagger. Had got some frustration out in one way or another, and then proceeded to.
No one knows, Tom, what happened. You know as a player.
That's right.
No one knows what happened.
Yeah, no one knows what happened. But just something happened.
Yup.
Then Reaver was able to act like more or less of the Wreckborn that have gone further down the process and started to slow down and just lumber around as a way of disguising themselves to not draw attention, and eventually found Echo just hiding in a little alcove away from the world. To which the most heart-wrenching moments occurred that nearly had me in tears. It was beautiful. Go watch it. Go watch the previous episode. You will not be disappointed. These two are absolutely phenomenal. Man, shut your beautiful face. And after a while and some conversations and some reassuring on Reaver's part, they've started to make their way toward the meetup. Whereas at the Sunken Monk, everyone split to the rooms. Marisol received a well-earned drink for all her trouble in being the only brain cell. A well-deserved drink. To which point, Mouth and Luce had a conversation about... It's been a while. I watched the whole thing. Too. Oh no, my brain.
Can anybody help him out? What did Marisol and Luce speak about?
Because I remember there was some points that were hit where Mouth talked about basically trying to ask Luce, hey, so that Ariel guy, what's his deal? Single or nah? Which Luce was like, I don't fucking know. He thinks I'm scary. Well, Luce, you're kind of scary. I'm not scary. Luce, you fucking are kind of scary. You can be sweet and nice and cool and still be fucking scary. Remember the Leviathans we used to look at? Oh, is that why you compared them to me? Yes, fucker, because you're scary, but cool. And,
they both base flagged each other, where they're like, hey, here's this thing that will help you. Oh, let me give that advice back to you. No, that doesn't work. That won't work for me. And they both just did that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
They basically solidified the fact that they are siblings.
Yeah.
You have a NPC with 8 intelligence and a PC with 11 intelligence. What do you expect from us?
Exactly that.
Don't question how I build my NPCs.
Speaking of intelligence, on the surface of the water above the Sunken Monk, Ariel was having some time to himself just to see the stars.
Moping. Because
they were cool and he liked them.
Moping.
And then Feather... Whatting?
He was moping.
Moping.
Oh, he wasn't moping.
He was moping.
A little bit of
Okay. Every single one of you looked directly at me, and I don't know how to feel about that. He just wanted to see the stars. Anyway, Feather came along, and after some much needed saying of words, outage of feelings, and expressions of frustration, civility had returned. And there had been Feather helped give ideas and talks, items were identified, and it culminated with gossip talk and the Deep Elf flirting with the Winter Elf. And then, where we left off, something is apparently watching Reaver and Echo as they're moving along.
Moving right along.
Well, I don't know what it is.
It's Kermit the Frog.
Hey guys.
Oh,
Kermit the Frog here.
Kermit the Frog is a lot. That'd be a lot smaller of a problem.
Yeah. But that's pretty much what happened.
That was pretty much it. Where we are going to go, I feel like we left Feather and Ariel in a very good place. I think we left Luce and Malif in a kind of like, this is that was a nice wee conversation for them to round on. So what I'd like to go to is Marisol.
Sup?
Sup, Marisol? How's it going?
Not bad.
So Marisol, you're enjoying a really, really well-deserved drink.
Yes.
What's your passive perception, Marisol?
Oh dear God. I believe it is 13.
13, okay. On a 13, Marisol, you don't hear them approach behind you, but you do hear a voice You do hear a voice behind you go, "Sorry to bother you. Is this seat here taken?"
Not at all.
Thanks very much. And a deep elf is going to sit on the little stool bit next to you. And this deep elf is exceptionally dark-skinned. Like,
okay,
they're like as close as you can get to like deep obsidian black with a deep elf's color palette. Like, you're talking like deep navy blue with almost like that kind of like eggplant markings on their body. Their tendrils that they have are really, really long, like they come down, but they've actually they've woven some of the tendrils together on their head, and some of them are actually pierced.
all right.
And they've got like, not like, it's not like serious armor. It's more like, I'm traveling alone, so I'm going to put on like a little bit of leather just to kind of give me some, kind of make me look as if I know what I'm doing, kind of thing. So they've got like some leather on, and they've got like 2 short swords at their hips, and they sit and they order a drink, and they just like, they ask you if it's okay to take the seat. You say yes. They sit down. Then after they order a drink, they kind of look at you and they go, "Traveling alone's a bit weird, isn't it, eh?"
It is. It is.
Are you from around these parts, or are you just passing through?
I am just passing through. I have business elsewhere.
Ah, right, okay. And they're going to look at you and go, "Business, aye."
Helping a friend find something he lost.
Oh, you meant like serious business. I was just trying to sound impressive. I'm just going to meet like family.
Worries.
Is it something serious that your friend lost?
You could say so.
Oh. Well, I hope they find it.
I appreciate that. What is your name?
Oh, well, if you don't mind, I'd like to keep that kind of on the down low to begin with. Like, you seem very nice and everything, but only just started talking and well, I hear this is kind of like a shady area.
Okay.
How about like you think, right, and they actually get like a little bit like, you know, like child at Christmas excited, and they're like, what about like code names?
You do code names. Okay,
Right.
we can use code names.
You can call me. I wish I'd thought of a cool name before I proposed the idea of code names. I know, you can call me Coral.
Coral.
Yes, you can call me Coral. What's your code name?
You can call me Storm.
I like it. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Storm. And maybe if I find out that you're not, you know, secretly a ne'er-do-well out to steal everything that I have on me person, we'll trade actual names.
That sounds like a good deal.
And they just kind of turn back to their drink. What were you going to say there?
What direction are you headed?
I'm heading towards the Misted Ocean.
Ah! I'm from there.
I could tell. You know, Misted Ocean, Merfolk, in the nicest way possible. You lot kinda stand out.
I know. I know we do.
I have my brother. He's married to a Misted Ocean Merfolk, and well, I'm going there to visit because, you know, they've just had some. I don't actually know what to call them. Like, do you call them kids? Do you call them guppies? Like, I'm kind of unsure. But it's the first time that, you know, as far as we're aware, you know, half merfolk, half elven children in our family, so we're kind of excited. So I decided I'd take the scenic route, and he kind of like puts his head down like he's a little, like they're a little bit embarrassed, and he's like, I was kind of hoping to run into a mist whale on the way. I like to study them. I seen one once, but it swam away before I could get close enough.
I have seen them as well. They are my favorite.
Is it? Are they really as like when you get up like close and personal to them? Are they like, you know, calm like other whales, or do they get quite aggressive?
The ones that I have dealt with have always been quite calm.
Well, there's a little bit of hope then. And they kind of go back to their drink, and they kind of just, you know, they kind of do that thing where you just like, you kind of like, you hold on to it and you just kind of like roll it in your hands. As it is clear that they are not well versed in talking to people. Anything you would like to do there, Marisol?
I am so curious about this man, but I'm not sure what to do next.
You could just sit there in slightly awkward silence.
I think we might. You know, I've only had to carry a conversation with like a max of 6 different people before.
That is fair. Like, Marisol is very new to talking. Okay. Then in that case, Marisol, you and this new stranger who you know as Coral, you sit in weird and awkward silence.
Right.
And now I'd like to jump to Reaver and Echo. It'll be about an hour after sundown before you guys would arrive at the Sunken Monk. Yes, Reaver.
So first thing I'm checking, what was the sending that I got from Feather? I never got the words. I just know that a message was sent.
Yes.
And secondly, do we hit long rest if it's a multiple days of traveling? Because I would have stopped for the long rest because I'm not risking exhaustion.
Well, see, the thing is, you weren't all that far behind everybody. So
it's more in case of if there is any combat or like just because obviously it's multiple days travel. So would I be back with the spell slots I used on the day of finding Echo? That was my second question.
I think the clarification is because the first time that we made the trek from the Sunken Monk to the Salted Vale, you had said that you had rolled encounters for us, but there was none over I think like 2 days of time. So I didn't know if it was
that was over the course of the entire travel from
Gotcha.
Right. So it's 1 day of
Cove. So you're talking maybe half a day of travel.
Okay, that's fine.
Between the Salted Cove and between the Sunken Monk. So
Got it.
you guys had initially set off fairly early I say fairly early in the day, early afternoon-ish. You guys would have got there maybe just before sun going down. But as Reaver went to find Echo, then they had a moment of conversation. They'd be arriving maybe about an hour after sundown. So, as for the sending, I didn't type out exact words for it. I know somebody mentioned about sending. Yeah, somebody had said to let you guys know that they'd gotten rooms at the Sunken Monk and that they'd stopped off there. So there's no real specifics to it. It's just letting you know where they are and they've arrived safely, as was your orders.
Yep. Okay.
So Feather hits you with sending. Captain, making you aware we've holed up in the Sunken Monk. We have rooms. See you when you get here. XOXO Feather.
Cute. Simple reply. Echo is found. He is safe. I will keep him safe till we're back.
Okay, in that case, they will answer you back on that one. It's a very short one. In fact, I would say they'd probably just use message for this.
Mm-hmm.
And they just say, tell Echo glad to have them back.
Okay.
That bit.
Yeah, as soon as that would be heard, it would be that weary stop of pretending to stand still and then quietly whispering to echo the Feather's message. Attraction to me at all.
So you guys have got an hour in total darkness. What would you like to do?
Not say a single word and pretend to be a hollowed out wreckborn. Again, that's the whole premise of as much as I want to talk down and keep them comfort, I've also explained that I'm going to pretend to be this. Like, this is the cover. It's just a lone wreck bone that people don't want to go near. But I will also say, if any creature or person that seems to be alone comes by, Echo can kill and eat them. I do not care.
Okay.
Because I know Echo's hungry.
Echo. Make me a perception check, please. Using your very unique form of perception.
In order to do this, they're probably peeking out of a neck hole.
Buddy.
I'm at 20 for 28.
Fuck.
Right at the edge of your vision, or your perceptive range. You don't get a shape, you don't get a size or anything like that, you just get like... Have you seen that underwater video where people are trying to say it's a sea dragon, but it's like you just see something big just dip into the view and then go away?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that on the edge of your vision. But it's not necessarily something big, it's just something moves and then ducks away. It's almost like it moved and for whatever way, whether it did or whether it didn't, you're not sure, but it's almost like it knew suddenly you could see it, so it moved away.
From where?
To your... It would be to the northwest, but to your back left.
Gotcha. So it moved not away, but like away from the direction that we're going. Like not in that direction, yes?
So all you know is that it came into your perceptive range, then dipped out of it. But from your perception, it could have looked like it was coming behind you, and then dipped off to your left.
Well, that's what I need to know.
Whether it's done that to then loop round on a wider berth and follow, you don't know. All you know is it came into view and dipped left.
Yep, that is what I needed to know. Thank you. Echo's been really chill, all things considered, since the travel started. But there is a spike of fear that Reaver gets, spike of anxiety. Because for those who may just be joining, if Echo feels something and is touching a person, that person can also feel that thing. It's kind of unfortunate in circumstances. But so there's that jolt. And Echo keeps their voice down, but does whisper to Reaver something big. Think it knows. Echo saw it. Possible predator. Move faster. And then dips back into Reaver.
Any reaction to it at all?
I'm thinking. Are you sure to break? What's the word I want to use for this? Break the act.
Echo is going to that thing where they do, I guess they haven't done it yet, but they're going to press their hands on the inside of Reaver and do kind of a rocking motion to get some pressure behind it, to almost push forward and go, Reaver, it knows.
I need to read how wording works with this. I can't move things with me with spectral movements. The spectral movement, if I move the full extra 10 feet, do I have to use the spectral moving through people, or can I just stay non-spectral with that? That is a question to you, Brandon, about the spectre.
Let's say for now I'll allow it. Like, as if in like in this moment of intense emotion, you're able to kind of like almost use it to spur you forward, and you use the momentum to get that extra 10 feet. But I'll grab the book and I'll have a look and see what the specific wording of it is. Okay?
No worries. Then the dog legs made out of shark bones are going to come real handy, as I'm now going to dash 80 feet per turn, because my base movement speed is now 40. And I'm going to keep going until I'm told to stop.
Okay. So you dash away 80 feet per turn, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Let's have a wee gander. 80 feet per turn. Let me make a dicey roll. Okie dokie. Within maybe, now that you're dashing, within maybe 20 minutes of dashing at this pace, you can see the faint lights of the Sunken Monk in the distance. No, it just says your walking speed increases by 10 feet. In addition, you can move through other creatures and solid objects as if they were difficult terrain. So...
Excellent.
No.
Okay. Then, yeah, the dog legs are going to get used properly and just bolt. As I'll see, like, I'll ask, is it still coming?
Echo, if you would like, you can make another perception check.
It's gonna take a second. It's gonna take a hot second, but they will go back up.
When you peek up, are you still glowing colours?
They're always glowing.
Okay, you can make a perception check.
It's going to be real low, I'm guessing now is the inverse.
I rolled a nat 1 for a 9.
There it is!
It went from a nat 20 to a nat 1. You peek your head up and you look out, and Echo, as far as you can see, there's absolutely nothing following you.
Oh. I think the reason why it's so low is they do it so quickly, they don't even give themselves time to, like, actually look. It's just meaning. But Echo will answer. Echo doesn't know. Echo doesn't think so.
Is it with them? Is it just predatory? What am I running?
Sorry, I'm trying to piece together that sentence and I'm failing.
It's basically Reva's asking because, again, running. So whilst I don't have lungs, it's still the aspect of the focus is on the running, keeping the spirit controlled.
Correct.
Is this a creature or is this to do with your past? Is like the hunters, like that's the connections of which is which, because he doesn't see it. He just goes, oh, there's something here, go, and he's like,
You get that kind of like rocking feeling again, and it's the response of Echo doesn't know.
Okay.
Large thing, potentially dangerous. Please keep running.
I'm
general sentiment.
I feel bad for what's about to happen. Marisol, I, as a player, am about to apologize for your potential not awkward date, as I'm going to use the pirate background of causing nuisances, as I'm going to literally shoulder slam through the door and just make a scene as I enter.
Okay, you run, and you barge through the doors of the Sunken Monk. You can see Marisol sitting having what is an incredibly awkward not even talk, just sit with some kind of weird, like if you could look emo and be a deep elf That's what they look like. No, you're like a hot goth deep elf.
I was about to say, so Ariel?
This is like, have you seen Dimension 20?
Yeah.
This is like if Zane Darkshadow was a deep elf.
Oh. God damn it. Also, thank you, Saki.
So you burst through. There's a handful of people in here, including the mountain elf in his diving suit and his sea elf wife. What do you say as soon as you charge in?
I don't say anything. I'm more gonna see how they all react to me, because again, I know Wreckborn aren't usually welcome, and I did not come in here last time.
Nobody really reacts any particular way to you.
Excellent. I'm immediately gonna go over to Marisol.
They just kind of look at you confused, like. So you're going over to Marisol, you said there, yeah?
Yeah.
So Marisol, Reaver all but breaks the door off its hinges and then starts marching towards you.
Hi, Captain. Are you okay?
Where's the crew?
In their rooms. Ariel went to go be outside for a little bit. I am here. What is happening?
Echo explain, I'll get Ariel. And then I'm going to Spectre through to leave Echo behind and just charge into the darkness and try and find Ariel.
I love the idea of Echo just like curled up in this little chest space, and then Reaver just like, I'm dipping, and just moves, and Echo just is just floating left where they were.
There's suddenly a lot more to perceive in Echo. As Reaver goes, Echo just here like...
Hi, Echo. I'm assuming you are in there.
Echo's now...
In front of you.
In front of... Reaver left Echo, like, just...
Oh, okay.
It is very clear Echo was not expecting to just be out in the open.
I thought Reaver just left his whole body behind.
Echo, in this state of suddenly a whole new wave of things, make me a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, buddy.
With disadvantage. 24.
24. Okay. A whole host of things flood into your mind. You're inside somewhere, and there's tables and chairs, and there's people sitting at them, minding their own business and drinking drinks, and there's a weird man in a metal suit floating about, as well as a sea elf who seems to be just doing, typical waitress things. And, Marisol's there. Marisol, Coral is going to look between you and Echo, and then look back to you and say, I get the feeling you're a bit busy. I'll leave you to it. It was lovely meeting you. Storm.
It was lovely meeting you too, Coral. I hope we will get the chance to talk when less is happening.
I'd really like that. Maybe if you visit home and I'm still there.
Hey, insight check.
I'll allow it. I'd still say because of the rush of things, I would still make it a disadvantage. But yeah.
So it would be at a flat roll at that point.
That's fine.
Cool.
What?
Cool.
Why do? Just out of curiosity, why do you get advantage on insights?
So Echo, because of the Ring of Truth Telling.
Right. Cool. Got it.
Yes. That is built in. It's a feat.
It's an accessory permanently.
10.
10. Seem like a fairly awkward and pleasant young person who's just like, there's a lot happening right now and I'm just gonna leave. But they do seem genuine when they say to Marisol, like, you know, maybe if you return home and I'm there, you know, we could talk again.
Okay. I'm not going to do anything with that. That's just...
And they swim off up to, presumably, their room.
A lot more people than Echo was expecting. A lot faster than Echo was expecting. Hello. Hi.
Oh,
I will
hi.
slowly uncurl.
What has spoke to the captain?
Echo is like trying to find words for a second, and it's not like they're like terrified or anything. It's just a new things. Cool. And they're funny enough about an amber and a coral. At this point. But so when Echo left, order of events. When Echo left, Echo hid, hunters came by. They were very close behind. Remember the monster Echo mentioned that was hunting them? Or that told them they were being hunted?
Yes, when you went down in battle, you saw that, yes.
Yes, it showed up a lot faster than Echo was expecting. The monster was with the hunters. As far as Echo knows, the hunters didn't know they were there, but the monster definitely knew Echo was there, but the monster left without, in theory, saying anything to the hunters or doing anything about it. So Echo doesn't know how that's going. But then Echo and Beaver were on their way here after everything, and there was a large something on the periphery of Echo's vision, and Echo felt like once Echo could recognize that it was there, that it recognized that Echo recognized that it was there, and so it went out of Echo's range of vision to who knows where. Yes. I hope your drink is good.
It is. Okay. So this creature, I'm going to assume for the sake of conversation that possibly the same creature you saw before was the same creature that perceived you, and you perceived it, and it perceived you, and then suddenly it didn't want to be perceived anymore. Do you have... How far away were you when you saw this?
Echo has no idea.
Okay. So... this thing could be outside. Or
Yes.
several kilometers away.
Yes.
We ran 160,000 feet.
Congrats, Echo wouldn't fucking know. And the one who would is gone. But Echo will look at Marisol and go, or it could not be here at all. Echo doesn't think that's likely.
Okay. Marisol's just gonna finish her drink, put it down. Be like, let's go get the others. Where is Ariel? I feel like Ariel is the one that is most likely to be in danger because he's outside. Maybe we should go find him first.
Which way did Reaver go?
Straight through a wall.
Up the yeah. So he would have went through a wall and then would have had to go up.
So Reaver went outside, is what I'm. Outside or up?
If he went out to get Ariel, then yeah, he would have went outside.
Echo will go, unless anyone else is outside. Echo thinks that's probably where Reaver went.
That's fair. I wasn't sure. He just disappeared. He became Ghost Man. Okay. So we'll go get the people in the rooms, which I think is Luce and Malice at this point. The Feather could be either place, I'm gonna be honest.
Echo's gonna turn full body to Marisol for a moment. And is going to put a hand on Marisol's shoulder and just go, Echo feels like they should be sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. You did not ask for scary creatures to come find you in the darkness.
No, that is usually Echo's job. Echo is a little peeved, to be perfectly honest, that their job is being taken from them.
It is
More than a
not
little
a good
peeved.
feeling.
No.
I can understand that. It is not a good feeling when you feel like you've been upstaged or replaced. But I'm sure if Reaver has his way, they will not be taking your job for long. Let's go get the others.
A thumbs up, and we'll follow Marisol.
So Marisol, were you going
Hi.
upstairs towards Luce and Malice, or are you going
Yes.
outside to Fort? Right, okay. So we'll go to Reaver, coming to get Ariel and Feather. So Reaver, as you are swimming up, you can start to make out, maybe about 30 feet from the surface, you can start to make out two figures sitting on top of the water, just talking, as you can make out Feather and Ariel. I'm going to say Feather and Ariel maybe are a bit too preoccupied with gossiping to actually hear Reaver appearing. So, Reaver, the floor is yours.
I'm going to breach the surface, grab them both by the shoulder, and simply say, we need to go and activate the sinking effect of my armor and just drag them down.
Okay. You pop up, you activate this feature, and you start to sink. As you start to sink, Ariel, how do you react to that?
I think it's more of that. I don't know. I think. I think it was. I don't know. Kelp is always the best. My favorite thing to cultivate. Oh shit!
No. I totally understand. Like plants that I relate to. Oh, gee, fuck! As you guys are dragged under the water.
Hi.
I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, Captain.
Hunters.
Here now.
Barbecue. Sorry,
And I'm just gonna have.
I thought we
the eyes
were
are just
both
gonna
just
glow.
saying words with no context.
No, Feather.
I'm just gonna give Feather a look, and I'm just gonna have that glow and be like, "Get in the inn."
I cap.
And I'm gonna bolt, letting them go.
Yep. Boom.
Feather lands.
You'll see I'm now a lot faster than before.
Oh yeah, I believe it. But yeah, I'm right behind.
Okay, Feather just starts moving behind you guys. He's kind of on the... He's a bit like, okay, suddenly everything got very serious and I haven't switched to serious brain mode. But he starts to fall, so that was very short-lived. We're going to go to Marisol and Echo as you guys move upstairs to find only Luce and Malith in the rooms. And I don't know, I guess I would put it to you, Luce. Do you think the tension that was there between Luce and Malith has ebbed at all?
Luce left Malith alone and
oh geez, yes, so you did.
With his two drinks at the end of their conversation. Because it was one of those ones of like, I think my friend wants to fuck the person who I want to kill. It's a little weird.
Okay.
I'm gonna just leave.
So then in that case, yeah, you would be in two separate rooms. I do apologise, I remember that now.
I think like by the time that Marisol and Echo would come looking, Luce is probably just leaving that conversation with Malith. So she probably is swimming out of that room, the door shuts, and she just has this like, the fuck look on her face. And that's kind of probably where they find her in the hallway.
It's in the hallway? Okay. Luce, you look confused. I'm not going to help.
Oh no. Did alcohol do the opposite effect of what I was hoping?
No. This is not alcohol. Something we saw... Not we. Reaver and Echo saw something scary outside. We don't know how far away it is. But we believe it is tracking Echo and could be here really at any point or not at all. Basically, we're rallying the troops to, Echo, what are we actually going to do? Are we going to try and attack it, or are we just running? Did Reaver give you any sort of plan?
Echo's gonna, like, turn between Marisol and Luce and go, Echo didn't even know Echo was going to cease being inside of Reaver, and Reaver was going through a wall. No.
I have so many questions. First, did y'all encounter a mirror and just saw yourselves? Well, did Reaver just see himself because he can't see the way we
Reaver didn't see it.
All right, that tracks. 'Cause y'all two are the scariest motherfuckers that I've seen. Compliment.
Thank you.
Oh, good. You took that as a compliment. Noted. Are we fighting something, or are we running from something, or are we regrouping to try to figure out if we're fighting or running?
At this point, it is just regrouping to figure out what the hell is going on. Reaver kind of dipped to go find Ariel very quickly.
Make sure no one's already, getting picked off by something.
Echo.
Yeah?
Can I teach you a new word?
Yeah.
Luce is going to say the word for fuck in Marish. Or in Murish. And then just turn around to Malith's door and just 3 short knocks and just say, Malith, you're not drunk, are you?
Malith opens the door. I never got drunk that fast in Mila. Echo! Hello there.
There's probably something bigger and scarier than the usual big and scary that we hang out with, or at least I hang out with, that might be following. So, we're just grouping. I know.
I've been back alive for 10 minutes!
I know.
Right, okay, I don't know, I don't even have a weapon.
I can just, here, if you don't want to swim, I'll just carry you.
Oh no, I can swim, I just don't have a weapon.
Echo promised to keep you safe. You're under Echo's protection at this point.
That's grand, and I totally believe that. Like, genuinely 100% do. There's something really reassuring about having a large pointy stick in your hand, though.
This is just gonna offer Malith the sickle that she has not used yet.
He'll take it and just be like, that'll do in a pinch.
All right. Safety blankets, apparently.
Ariel,
Shocking
something up?
I just want to ask you, DM, a quick question. While me and Feather were doing our Goss talk, could I have attuned to that ring?
I'd say yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair within the space of an hour and identifying and such. Yeah, that's fine.
As we're going, now that I have 100 feet of dark vision, do I see anything coming for us?
I mean, you can make a perception check.
Do that. Holy fuck. Okay. 22?
You don't see anything.
Okay.
So back to yeah, he takes a few swings of the sickle and he's like, "That'll do in a pinch." Right. So who are we chopping up?
I don't fucking know yet. We're gonna regroup first, and then we might find out.
Smash it.
Marisol, you're the smartest among us, I believe. Do we just do we regroup in one of the rooms, or do we regroup downstairs? I don't want to go outside if we don't know where the fuck everybody else is. Where the hell is Feather?
I assume if he's not with you, he's with Ariel, and they're having one of those friendly friendship talks that we all break off into at various times. Reaver did not give us a meetup plan.
All right, as the fucking third and shit bullshit, I said we just go downstairs and we wait, because I'm assuming those two will probably, and possibly three, will possibly come back if Reaver was coming to grab them to bring them inside.
Yes, it will be easier to find if we stay put.
All right. Oh, and she will once again say "fuck" in Moorish.
Echo repeats it in Luce's voice.
Hey, all right. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun teaching you if you want to learn weird things.
So you guys are you guys heading downstairs? Okay.
Yes.
So you head back downstairs. At this point, I'd assume Feather, Ariel, and Reaver are now inside, and well, Reaver's on like full alert mode, and Ariel's like, "I am alert and waiting." Feather is like standing at the door, just like he's doing like the really very obvious looking outside thing of like.
Echo's coming down the stairs repeatedly saying "fuck" in Moorish.
In Luce's voice, or just in Echo's voice?
In Luce's voice.
Feather will turn round after hearing Luce profanely swearing, see Echo, and immediately go, "Who taught the child how to swear?" That is like bad parenting 101.
I mean, honestly, it could be... Oh, okay, well, there's your answer.
They're not a kid.
Yeah. And to be
also,
fair...
what are they saying? Because Reaver doesn't understand Moorish.
They're repeating
They're
fuck constantly.
Oh, that could have been any of us.
I will have you know, I do not use profanity.
Fuck you.
Fuck.
Go and fuck yourself. And keep your thoughts about me in your head where they belong.
Reaver.
All right, then.
The body's just gonna snap.
What the hell is going on?
Don't know. Going to kill something. Or someone. Sure. Echo. Hop in. I'm going to walk out. And you're going to tell me if you see it. You are safe.
You do realize the last time you left somewhere, you left Echo outside of you? Without warning, Echo, they were going to be outside of you? No. Echo will do this outside of Reaver to begin with.
What color is Echo when they say that?
when Echo's kind of chilling now around like an amber color overall, but when Echo says that, there's a nice little flash of Viridian in there.
Okay.
A very brief one.
Echo, I left you with Marisol, the person I knew who could keep you safe, while I had to save the crew.
Correct?
That's all. There's like it's the insight, like with your passage, like they recognize what they've done, but they're like, I had a reason, and I'm kind of shitting bricks here because I can't see anything.
Shit and bric-a-brac.
Yeah, a little bit. Because I don't know what the fuck they saw.
That was a good one.
How about...
Everybody make me a perception check.
Oh, God.
Oh boy, it's
Ooh.
Gladly.
Come on.
22.
10.
14.
14.
Dirty 20, but I can add a D4 if it doesn't make it.
Dirty 20 and a 24 is going to make it. The rest of you, you're too busy just like speaking at each other and over each other and stuff. But Ariel and Echo, you guys would see, or I guess you would see in two very different ways. Ariel, you would see through one of the little porthole windows a large shape kind of land outside and start kind of like trundling its way towards the door. Echo, it's more like you feel something within your blind sight vicinity of 60 feet land. It's about, it comes into vision as if it's coming down in a diagonal and lands about 45 feet away from the door of this place. And after maybe like 6 seconds starts walking towards.
Echo immediately, Amber and Viridian moves between everyone in the door, and there's a noise you guys have only heard once before, and that was before the battle with Thresher when Echo is having a mild altercation with Ariel. And it's the mouth opening, it's the jaw unhinging, it's the buccal cones coming out, it's the deep growling that's coming from Echo, as in an instant they are more beast than human by far.
Can I just like tap on Reaver and just like try and like direct, like pull him in, get his eye line into what I'm seeing to try and show him what's coming?
Oh, you can hella just rotate the helmet.
Yep, just.
As Ariel now points your helmet towards it, Reaver, you can now see this shape. It's very. I don't want to make a mockery of it, but to put it in in the script, it's very Shrek-like in its overall shape. It's like it has no neck and its head almost kind of juts forward, so its shoulders kind of hunt. Actually, not really Shrek shaped. It's like croissant shaped. I don't know how to describe it without
We've gotten Shrek shaped and croissant shaped in the same descriptor.
Listen, I don't always describe my NPCs with class, but when I do, I compare them to beloved DreamWorks characters or French pastries.
We've gotten Green Onion Man and croissant. What the fuck?
It is a very large and lumbering shape, which appears to have almost no neck.
Before my head got rotated, did I see what Malith is currently wielding?
Yes, he has a sickle.
I'm going to just throw the flail at him and go, have this, and I'm then going to snap the bone off my back, flick off the hilt that it's being held with, and then just hold the blade out.
He catches the flail and gives it a kind of... Ariel, you can now see Malif like playing around with what was your brother's flail, just like... Do you know, I've never fancied a flail. But this is kind of nice.
It doesn't suit you.
Listen, I'll have you know, sweet cheeks, anything suits me if I wanted to.
Same.
If only you knew.
This is gonna point back to the door.
Echo, as you make that growling and your buckle cones unfurl and it's that deep kind of pity that as they come out from outside, almost returning immediately after that, you hear this cry of like, did that mean there's no room here?
Oh!
I'm sorry, I was just trying to find a place to stay. It's kind of dark.
Captain, permission to scout within general vicinity of the inn. Not going too far ahead.
Denied.
Noted.
I think it's just somebody trying to patronize.
I agree.
Disagree.
The sea elf that owns this place is going to kind of go, is there a reason you are stopping potential paying customers from coming inside?
Get in my way and I'll kill you myself.
Okay.
Oh, God.
What?
He's on that.
Reaver!
The diving suit rotates slowly towards
GM,
Yes.
I have a question.
I potentially have an answer.
Can Echo insight check this voice to see if they can tell if it's being mimicked? Because they can do the same thing.
Do you know, that's a fair point. I didn't consider that. Make me an insight check. I will say only Echo is going to get to make this insight check. So go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing that's what this is. It could be a person, but I'm not going to insight. I'm just like, I'm treating it as Echo can copy things. Echo says we're being hunted. Everything's a threat.
Yep.
27.
Fucking Jesus.
Echo, this voice is 100%, without a doubt, not being mimicked.
Oh.
It's so the second Echo insight checks gets it. It's so they were hunched over when they were all tense and shit. They kind of like, I'm back. Wiggle cones go back in. Mouth closes. And for all intents and purposes, it looks like nothing happened. And Echo turns back and goes, Echo can tell it's not a mimic. Outside of that, Echo doesn't know what it is.
Okay. Captain, I'll ask again now that we know it's not mimicking anything. Can I try a conversation? Within reaching distance of the inn, in case anything bad happens, you can pull me back.
I'm going to flip a coin. Because I have reasons in my head for something. Not happened to the conversation yet. Ariel,
Echo,
heads or tails?
for better or
Heads.
for worse. For better or for worse, Echo will also turn and go. Echo can go with them.
I'll give you the thumbs up with that before the outing. Yeah, on you go, Ariel.
Okay. Just gonna look back to the crew, look to Marisol. Don't let me die.
We would never.
Malif just holds up the flail like,
That was my brother's.
definitely looks better on me.
Okay. I'm gonna walk out. I'm gonna open the door. Echo, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Echo will go first.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be right behind you.
You open the door, Ariel. And Echo, you're able to kind of dip out around Ariel. And you guys are both confronted with Ariel, even taking into account that you know Thresher.
Mm-hmm.
You are met with the largest Carcharodine you have ever met in your life. Like, in his current body, Reaver is about eye to eye with Thresher.
Mm-hmm.
This Carcharodine is like a whole head and shoulders above Reaver. They are big, like broad-shouldered, broad-chested. It doesn't look muscly. It looks more like natural build. Like, it doesn't look like they have worked to get this big. It looks like they are just big. Like, I would describe it almost like when you met Tanak and Hama. Tanak looks like he trains every day. So he's big as well as muscly. Hama is just big. It looks like that.
Okay. I will say though, with this size and the voice you gave him, all I'm seeing is Mike Tyson.
I guess there is kind of notes to that, but when I give you the inspiration behind this character, you'll see exactly.
Okay.
Right?
Bran, is it Lenny from Shark Tale?
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh my god.
As standing this Carcharodine, and they're like despite their size, they're like shrunk in on themselves with their hands in front of them. Like, I didn't mean to upset anybody. I just it's dark and I don't like the dark.
We have never been less threatened.
Hi. Apologies for the reaction. We were just a bit surprised. You were a ways away. I couldn't see you, and I got pretty good vision.
I'm pretty good at hiding. My species is naturally designed to camouflage.
Fascinating. My name's Ariel. What can I call you?
Well, see, I don't know. I was born outside of a Shiva, so I don't have a name. People just kind of tend to call me, Run!
You know, honestly, Run's not a bad name. Kind of rolls off the tongue.
I kind of like to call... I mean, if I could give myself a name, I know what I call myself, because you know, like how you get like those kind of ideas for yourself and you just kind of run with them, and then you kind of build them up, but then you build them up too much and suddenly they just don't suit. The next thing you know, they're just like falling down and causing this big pile of ruckus all around you. So I forgot the question. Sorry, my brain does that sometimes. You know, like when your brain runs ahead of you like 100 miles an hour, and then suddenly you lose track of everything and you go on big tangents and stuff.
Without a doubt, I have the same problem. But you're your own person. If you want to have a name that you picked out yourself, go for it.
So
be you.
I kind of... Whoa! Wow, thank you, Osmanic, for, dropping 1,550 bits. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
Hello.
Great. Thank you for the support. Means a lot. Thank you. Sorry, I lost track. I just got a big audio play right in my ear, and I was like, what the frickle frack is that? Sorry. Yeah, we were
the name.
Yeah, so they say so I kind of was like playing around with names and stuff, and see, I've never really had like a home or like a family, but see, oh god, I'm doing that thing where I overshare again. I'm so sorry. I get
You're fine. You're fine.
Hi. You can call me Run like everybody else does. Or, if you want to use the name that I call myself, you can call me Shelly.
Shelly?
Yeah, I like turtles.
That's a great name. Give me 1 second. This is my friend here. Echo, do you have anything to add?
Hi, friend. You remind me of sea angels.
Looks down for a second, realizes once again I can only see their silhouette. And then you're gonna look back up. Hold out a hand to try to do the friendly thing. Echo is Echo.
Oh, and they're gonna hold out their hand. Is like their hand's like the size of your entire torso. They put out their hand, and then they realize the size difference, and then they put out their finger, and they give you their finger and they shake and go, Shelly is Shelly.
So as Echo shakes Shelly's hand, Shelly gets a shock of emotion that's just anxiety and confusion.
It does absolutely nothing to them because they're already overloaded with anxiety and confusion.
Hey!
Silver linings. Well, Shelly. Guys, I think we're. Shelly, I'm sorry to ask this, but you're not a danger, right?
Oh, no. I'm a vegetarian.
Insight check.
Okay.
Also insight check.
Insight check away, guys.
We're so mistrusting.
Yeah.
22.
Natural 20 for a 23.
For 23. Nice. Fantastic. Echo, what did you get?
22.
22 and 23. With the nat 20, one Echo, you get completely. They're telling the whole truth. They are, in fact, a vegetarian. Ariel, on a nat 20, you get the feeling this person could not form a structured lie if they had the want to do it.
Oh, sweet baby bean. Ariel's just gonna look back to the door. Is the door still open? Is the crew just like heads out in the light, just going, watching this whole thing?
No, I get the feeling that like as you've opened it enough that you can kind of dip your torso out and Echo can just around you.
Okay. Then in that Ariel's just gonna pop in and this is Shelly, everybody.
Shelly will so their head fits under the door frame and be like, hi everybody, I'm Shelly.
Yeah.
Echo still has the finger.
I honestly believe that Shelly couldn't harm a soul if he wanted to.
I definitely couldn't. I'm a vegetarian.
They are in fact a vegetarian.
Oh. Well, I am so happy to hear that. Reaver, you owe me another drink.
I'm also homophobic if that makes you feel any better.
Oh my. Oh, you sweet summer child.
Shelly, you are quite possibly. I have only met you a little bit, but you seem like the single most delightful person on the face of this wide ocean.
Yes.
And I am sorry that we have taken this time to interrogate you. I am going to go sit over there. By the way, my name is Marisol. It is nice to meet you. If you would like to come sit over there with me, because we are absolutely letting this person inside.
Yes, please, Shelly, please come in.
Hands still gripped on the sword, ready to like swinging motion. My head, however,
just a moment.
My head.
Oh, sorry. Go. You finish, Reaver. You finish.
My head, however, is still looking at the person who spoke about the barman. I'm basically checking on, like, are they going to move on me? Because that's probably a tense moment. But please, Diamond and Selkie, go ahead.
So, oh no, Selkie's just holding on to Shelly.
I'm just holding on to
a finger.
I love it. What it is neither Shelly nor Echo have the social understanding to understand when a handshake is long enough. But what it looks like, because of how timid Shelly is, it looks like Echo's just went, this is mine now.
Yeah.
This is mine now.
Oh, no.
This is my emotional support, vegetarian, hemophobic.
This is
Carcarine.
don't ever talk to me or my son ever again.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Just when you thought that everybody was going to be feral about protecting Echo, I threw you a Carcaridine who can't look at blood. Luce, you've got your hand up. What do you want to do?
Whenever it gets to the point where, because Luce is just clocking Reaver being fucking Reaver at this point. Because the sword is still out, and Luce is like, oh god, we're gonna get kicked out. She's just gonna pull out 5 gold, and she's gonna basically hand it towards the sea elf who runs this establishment, and just say, I greatly apologize. I would like to pay for that guest stay, and just hand 5 gold, not even putting any more to it. Of like, she doesn't care how long this Shelly person is staying. That 5 gold is in the sea elf's hand. Whatever for the room is coming out of that, and then they can keep the rest of it. Just don't kick us out.
Okay, so it was a literal death threat.
No.
I'm going to need a persuasion check. It is going to be at disadvantage for the simple reason that Reaver still has a sword drawn and is eyeballing the husband. So
I was waiting for the moment because I didn't want to interrupt any of this to do an insight check of how things were going.
You don't need to insight check. It's very evident. This husband is like through the diver's helmet. You can see his eyes. His eyes are straight up giving you want to go. You want to go.
I'll give an answer then. It's something's hunting outside that we're running from.
In that case, Luce, make the persuasion check at base.
Oh, at base, it's a 19.
19. Okey-dokey.
With disadvantage, it was still a 15. So.
Okay. She looks at you all. Looks at Reaver. Looks at the big Carcaridine. Still just got Echo hanging off their finger. Looks at the gold. She takes the gold and then she says, tomorrow morning, you're out on your arses.
Deal.
Unfair.
She looks at the husband and she speaks to him in Elvish and basically just says, stand down, it's not worth it. Just calm down your breathing. Everything's okay. And you just see this big heavy suit go and then in Elvish you just hear, I'm alright, I'm in my happy place.
In Elvis back, Ariel's just gonna look to the two and just go, I'm so sorry. We're really strung tight and had a bad day. I do greatly apologize.
She turns to you and she says, it's alright. Truth be told, if it was myself here, probably would have been a little bit worried. But I was just more worried about your friend. The husband's got a temper. For people, when they start, he's a lovely, lovely lad. He really is. But when people start being rude to myself, his temper comes out.
Totally fair.
I didn't want your friend getting hurt.
Totally
Also
fair.
Elvish
Still
towards the
really
husband.
apologize.
Hearing that he has a temper, Luce is just going to say, I also have a temper. I like you. You seem nice. And then she's just gonna go over to Marisol and just put her forehead on Marisol's shoulder.
Okay. With that, Feather is going to go to Reaver, and in a very 95% sarcastic but 5% worried and serious, going to go, do you want me to do the finger thing to the big shark boy, or are we passing him off as not a threat?
I'm going to keep the blade out. The head's going to snap to Shelly and just simply, not a threat, but it's just confirming. Have you been following me?
I'm going to be 100% honest. I'm not entirely sure. I seen some lights, and then I was coming to try and talk to somebody who had like a light, and then I tripped instead and fell. I'm not a good swimmer. I'm really not. So I fell, and then when I got back up, they were gone. So I just kind of took off in the same direction, from what I could see. But they were really fast. I mean, I went as fast as my little legs could carry me, but whoa, they were fast. Was that you?
I'm gonna look at Echo and see what color Echo is holding on to this creature.
Echo, who doesn't know when the fuck to end a handshake. No one's taught them handshake etiquette. This is the first time they've shaken someone's hand.
And it's beautiful. It's a glorious moment.
They are probably... They're probably at a... Oh my god, finally! They're probably at a powder blue.
Okay. I'm going to then grab the sharp hilt, put it back on the blade, and just snap it back onto my back, and just look, and just be like, "We're good."
Oh, okay. Is that good? Is everything okay now?
It's just like a thumbs up from Echo with the other hand.
I'm gonna go sit over with the nice mer person.
Gonna look towards. Not gonna ask Reaver.
Mm-hmm.
Luce is gone. Marisol's gone. Probably not gonna ask Ariel. Gonna look at Feather. And is going to ask. Echo doesn't know when a handshake is supposed to end. How does Echo do this?
Feather's just going to put his hand on his temples and be like, "You're holding on to that big lad's finger because you're shaking their hand." Okay. When you shake someone's hand, 3 shakes. 1, 2, 3. And then you let go. Okay?
How many times did we shake?
I'm not entirely sure. I think we stopped shaking after about like 30 seconds, and now you've just been hanging onto my finger.
Gotta just... Let go.
Thank you. And they just turn and they walk over to where Marisol is, and they kind of squeeze in and sit down. They're like, "Thanks for inviting me to sit."
Problem. I apologize for the sort of strange introduction. They're a good group. They're just protective.
Still the nicest welcome I've ever had. Ariel, you were going to do something.
I was gonna walk up to the bar where Marisol and Shelly are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna drop 10 gold, and to the husband in Elven, I'm just gonna say, drinks, food, whatever this lovely gentleman wants. Another drink for my friend. Whatever change, feel free. Again, apologies for the commotion.
It's that's all right. Then he kind of like cranes in and goes, "I just, like she says, out in the morning, I'd make sure you do it because, truth be told, the wife can get a little bit stab happy when people are nasty to me."
Absolutely fair. I've met my fair share. We will be out of your hair by the morning. Promise.
Cracking. And then he turns around and goes back to his duties. Is there anything anybody wants to do before rounding off into resting and moving on from here?
I did have one more teeny tiny.
Ariel, you've got something you want to do. What about the rest of you? Do you guys have things you want to do? Even if it is just having a conversation with new Karkaradine that has shown up.
Yeah, I assume
that's it.
Marisol will be talking to Shelly quite a bit, and Coral if Coral's not completely gone.
Okay, so we're going to have Marisol talking to Shelly. Echo, is there something that you want to do? I can see you've got the...
It's at maximum 2 sentences and done. It's more of a comment than a thing.
Okay, so we've got, is that to Shelly?
No.
No. Okay, cool. So we've got Echo wants to do something. Luce, Reaver, anything for you guys?
Luce is just standing behind Marisol, just with her forehead on Marisol's shoulder. Just kind of, and the tentacles are trying to, like, help massage out tension in Marisol's neck. It's probably a little awkward. And she doesn't realize the tentacles are doing it. That's just kind of where she is. And then once Marisol starts talking to Shelly, Luce will basically say that she's going to bed and then go upstairs.
Okay. Reaver?
A quick, the tongue flub. A quick commentary to Marisol and a conversation to the owners. Basically, just assessing the dynamic, because I'm aware with piracy in the background, like, I need to, plus, because I don't speak Elvish, I need to know what the level is on, because the threat's been de-leveled, but I, not knowing Elvish, don't know where I'm standing with them, and I wanted to check in on that.
Okay, so I'm going to do that in the order that I spoke there. Okay, so we're going to go to Ariel. Something that you want to do.
Yeah, just a quick question. Hey, Marisol. Really quick. I was hanging out with Feather up front. First and foremost, me and Feather are cool again.
Good.
Yep. Back to the same old with him. I'm happy about that. But we're looking at some of the items we got beforehand. Do you have anything that needs to be looked at?
Do I have anything that needs to be looked at? I don't know that I took anything.
Yeah, I was just talking it over yesterday during a lovely time. Inventory lists that I have and that others had aren't adding up, so I was just trying to find out where these things were.
As the note taker who keeps track of the inventory list very slowly but surely, the item divvying from the Reef Walker fight, basically, mainly the majority of it went to Ariel, because Ariel was the one who said, I will take a look at this. But because it's before we had Feather, so the only items that most of the other party have, with the exception of Reaver's, basically the Kraken Blade, the Bident that Marisol had gotten from bathing in the blood of a king of the sea, and then the mollusk armor, and then anything Ellenson had, which was mainly the serpent pearl, should be in Ariel's possession.
Okay, I will figure that out. But I know there was there was the rapier that we found a while back.
That was from Razor Citadel. That was from the Razor Citadel inventory before we had gone off to fight the Sahagin.
Mm-hmm.
So the entire list is in the collab doc for episode 3 of what we had gotten from Razor Citadel.
Thank you. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, I have it. Never mind. I apologize. I'm gonna just letting you guys know, I'm probably gonna go hang on the surface. The stars are out and they're really cool. I'm gonna check out all this stuff. I will.
Oops.
Huh.
Hmm?
Sound like you were gonna say something.
Oh, I hope you had fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if anybody wants to come see him, you're more than welcome.
Maybe.
Okay. And I was gonna turn to walk past Echo and just be like, Echo, Captain, I'm not leaving. I just want to look at the stars until I fall asleep. That's where I'll be. Good night. I'm just gonna head back up to the surface.
Okay.
That's me.
Alrighty, so now we're going to go to Echo.
Echo literally just has 2 comments. And it takes a second once Shelly has gotten settled, things have settled down. And Echo's like, oh, cool. I'm in an inn. Oh. I'm in an inn. And Echo kind of turns, still at powder blue color, but with a little bit of spark of gold there, towards Reaver and Feather, and also Malith, since Malith is still there. And it's gonna go. Echo's been in inns before, but Echo's never gotten to, like, stay in an inn with a bed. Echo's it's always been, you know, the box, the containment unit, you know, usually in a basement of some kind. But Echo does Echo get a bed this time?
Yes.
Bran, you had an interesting face there.
Just because Malith is there for that, and you know, you went, it's just the box, and Malith's just like, Vietnam flashbacks.
Poor man.
Actually, I guess, hold on, you could make an insight check on that, Echo.
Oh.
Does Malith hide that face at all?
Well, based on
22?
based on the performance check I made there, not well.
Okay. Will my passive insight catch that?
What's your passive insight?
I think it's at 11.
Surprisingly, yeah.
Oh no, buddy. Okay.
22. What do I get?
When you mention the box, Malith visibly pales, and although he kind of controls it quickly, the kind of markings around his face, they flurry with a bit of, like, bioluminescence. It's not quite moonlight like yours, but deep elves, very much like cuttlefish with their bioluminescence. So, the shock of, like, the, oh god, I remember that, kind of flurries across his face.
Echo will swim to get kind of in front of him, and we'll do that thing where they kind of, like, tilt their head in, but it's not their head, it's their whole body that follows them.
Mm-hmm.
And they look up at Malcolm and go, are you alright?
Absolutely grand. Just, yeah, great. Having a great time.
Is there a reason you need to lie?
I don't think there's a reason really anybody needs to lie. I think there's a reason some people prefer lying. But as for needing to lie, I'm not entirely sure. Still not really sure where I stand. And, well, turns and looks at Reaver. Looks at Feather, who is following Luce up to bed. But is like, don't have the greatest track record with, you know, not being threatened in this group.
Echo won't do that.
I know you won't. But old, you know, Antiques Roadshow there has threatened to kill me no less than 4 times, and that's in the past week. And then he's going to gesture, he's going to point upwards as if, like, you know, pointing towards Feather and being like, and Ghost Whisperer there, has literally grabbed me with a hand made of the undead and slammed me into the ground. So, it's a little unnervy.
Do you want to talk with Echo in private, then? Away from those.
Again, a little twinge of fear there. But it's less of like a that is the least thing I want to do in the world. It's more like fear with the awareness of how protective everyone is of Echo. It's not fear of Echo, it's fear of almost like fear of upsetting Echo because of, you know, everybody's defensiveness and protectiveness of everyone. If I'm saying everyone knows who I'm talking about. Reaver!
So, at the mention of that feeling, I'm simply going to say, you'll feel less scared if you don't lie.
He's going to turn and he's going to point at you and he's going to say, I understand that you think you're correct. You are not.
Yeah. That's going to get a curious look of, what are you lying about then?
I had wanted to wait for a certain moment to do this. And he's going to turn to you, Echo, and Malth is going to say, you seem to not have a lot of memory around certain things. I know where you come from. That's not the right way to say it. I'm really bad with words. I saw your box.
Oh, you saw Echo while Echo was working.
That was working?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, totally misread the situation. I did not realize that was a job. I shouldn't have been there in the first place, to be perfectly honest with you. I was, told to stay behind and look at things. And, I saw too much, evidently, and I have read it entirely wrong. So, I'm going to stop talking there. Has Echo changed colour?
Echo is now just sitting at Coral.
He's gonna point at the colour and look at Reaver and be like, I don't know if that's a bad or good colour, but I wanted known. I immediately stopped talking when I realised I had misunderstood the situation.
You're fine, Mallet.
Again, somehow I think that you are quite incorrect.
Echo is confused. How did you read it?
Oh, see, I didn't know you worked for them. I was under the impression that you were some kind of weirdly genetically modified mishmash of experimentation that was being used as a way to supplement income to an exceptionally shady organization who, as far as we are aware, were responsible for several kidnappings roughly around about 40 years ago.
No, Alf is correct.
You are a very confusing bunch of people to be around. I have a little bit of fear when I am around you, Echo, because I seen you eat 15 people.
Were the people alive?
By all the primordials, I hope not.
Ah, I was working a cleanup job. Echo does those. You saw one of the really tame jobs Echo got to do.
Malif just clams up like he has no words. He just he is nodding, and at the same point he is looking at Reaver with a face that just screams, I am looking for an out in this conversation.
Malif, you need to get some rest. But I told you, you're fine.
I am very glad to hear that you are in a nicer place, Echo. Good night.
Good night, Malif.
And Malif turns and leaves with an entire body posture that just reeks of, oh my god, I don't know what I just did, as he makes his way upstairs, leaving Echo and Reaver. Ariel, you're upstairs, and it leaves over in another place Danny and Shelley. Reaver, Echo, after that conversation, or I guess that's not really an entire conversation, that was the beginning of a conversation, then mad fear and just ramblings from Malif towards the end. So what's the reaction towards the end of that for you guys before we move on to Marisol and Shelley and then wrap for rest?
I still need to talk to the owners, but again, because of that conversation, again, I'll be looking at the owners and be like, did they hear all this?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I have no reaction to it whatsoever. It's been hinted at time and again. I do not care about a single thing negatively that Echo's done.
No reaction
Nah.
from Reaver. Echo, for yourself? I mean, this is the first kind of confirmation you've had of anybody saying they knew of you. So...
Echo's mainly just confused. Echo kind of mutters like, Malice saw Echo as cleanup. It's like the simplest job that Echo does. Why did that? Was it a... Did the job go wrong?
Malith is squeamish, Echo. Doesn't have the guts for it.
Echo doesn't do a lot of thinking. And is highly discouraged. But if Malith was around to see Echo do any kind of job, in some capacity, Malith had to be around those sorts of things. Unless... Oh... Did Echo misunderstand? Was Malith part of the cleanup? And Echo just didn't... Oh, did Echo miss one?
Does Echo have to eat Malith?
Immersed.
Echo.
Yeah?
You hungry, buddy?
Echo's gonna reach out and touch Reaver. And your answer will be there. Echo is, in fact, very hungry.
Will substitutes work for now?
Echo will accept anything. Well, Echo will hunt for anything.
Only hunt, can't take. That's a question.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. Let me know when you want to go.
And Echo will go, not tonight.
Enjoy your bed.
But Echo will, until Reaver goes up somewhere, Echo's gonna stay curled up on Reaver's shoulder. But that is about it.
Okay. With that, we'll go to Reaver having the conversation with the owners. Then we'll do Marisol and Shelley, right? Reaver, you're able to go and speak to the owners now if you would like to.
Initial insight as they see me walking over. Granted, weapon is clearly put away, but I don't know. I got a "you want to go" look from Mr. Diversuit, so
they eye you warily, but neither of them seem to be like afeared. They mostly seem like they are. But I mean, for one, you can tell for a fact that the wife knows how to handle herself. Like, the moment you step forward, you can see it. She shifts her right foot back to form almost like an L shape. As if she, like, you would know it as like a standard boxer stance, but just without the top half, it's just the bottom half. Like, she's prepared in case she needs to take a swing.
okay. The hands will be held up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't speak what language that was. I'm just here to explain. Oh, and to buy a room for Echo. Something is very big, very dangerous out there. We thought it was, well, it is hunting us. We thought it had caught on to us. Given your look, and I'm going to point at Mr. Diversuit, you would kill me in a moment's notice, or try to, for this one. And then points to the other one, who's in the boxer stance. And I'm guessing the same as vice versa.
My husband can't really talk with the helmet on, so I'm just going to have to talk for us. And we opened this place to put that kind of life behind us. And, well, neither of us really takes well to the, threatening our lives if we get in your way inside our own establishment and home, by the way.
That's fair. I'm not going to say it didn't mean it. The care you have for each other is the care I have for those with me. The rest I don't. That is my path. And for any discomfort that I caused, I'll pay for. Whether that be work or coin. I'll also stay outside if that is what you request, just so you feel more comfortable.
We've had enough coin thrown at the situation. When you leave tomorrow, we won't expect to see you back for a bit of time, and then we will take it from there.
What?
Sound fair enough?
Absolutely. How much for the room?
Call it another 10 gold piece, another 10 silver pieces.
I will reach into the communal pouch that I've been carrying, and I know Lucy's going to plunder for a date with Feather at some point, and pay it.
Okay. So you pay it, and then they immediately tell you where the room is located, and just say, we thank you for coming and taking the time to talk to us. But we are going to be wrapping up down here very soon, so we bid you good night.
Sleep well.
And yourselves.
And... oh, I don't sleep. And this entire time, just one thing that I know from backlog, because I've been actively looking at this person, the elf in the diving suit.
Yep.
Is his hair visible inside the hole?
Yeah.
Can I see his hair?
I'd say his hair is visible.
And I can see all his hair showing?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Do I notice something as I've actively been staring at his face and hair? Certain item that certain warlock would have given him that he tied into his hair?
That diving helmet with like mesh. Make me a perception check. We'll call it a perception check.
That's a 17 on the roll for a 21.
I'd say yeah, you can see it.
Okay. I will ask in calm tone. Did you get that from my friend last time we were here?
He will. The big head will nod, and then do this to mimic the idea of, like it's a trade.
Okay. I hope it serves you well.
They can't really answer that, so they just kind of nod.
When they ask for drinks, I'm going to put another 10 silver down and points to like Marisol and Shelley.
Uh-huh.
I was asked to pay for them, so there you go.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go take Echo to the room so he can enjoy the first ever bed.
Okay. Now we're going to jump to Shelley and Marisol. Marisol, take it away.
So, Shelley, where exactly are you headed?
Oh, you know, here and there. I'm just kind of wandering.
No particular purpose, nowhere to go?
No, most places I go, people just tell me to kind of leave, or they scream run at me. So I'm just what's the word that they use up there on that place? It's got all the dirt. It's not wet. Meandering. I'm just meandering around.
Ah. Well, I'm sorry, it sounds like people have not been the most kind to you.
Oh, I totally get it. Carcharodines are a real big problem. I don't think a lot of people know that there are some of us that don't travel in a shiver. And, well, like I said, we're completely vegetarian. Look, I mean, I don't even... And he does that and, like, pulls his mouth out. And you see his mouth stretches in almost like a triangle shape. And he does not have teeth. It's more like he has, like, a hardened plate instead of teeth. I couldn't hurt you if I tried. I mean, literally, you could put your hand in my mouth and I could bite that and it would not hurt.
That is incredibly interesting. And so incredibly the opposite of every single experience I have had up to this point.
Again, I completely understand that. Carcharodines are a real problem in the ocean right now.
Yes. Especially the one or two we have had the pleasure of interacting with. So do you, if you don't mind me asking, do you know where you have come from?
Oh yeah, I remember where I come from. Just well, I remember where I was born. We kind of just like move around separately from there. We don't really travel in shivers. Oh, sorry. A shiver is the term for a collection of carcharodines or sharks moving around together. Which I don't like. It's got very negative connotations.
It does. It does. I am familiar with the term. I was wondering who we is?
Oh, well, my particular subspecies are carcharodines.
Ah.
We mostly feed on microplankton.
Delightful.
It is actually very good for the cartilage.
So what brought you out this way?
Well, see, I heard that somewhere around here there was an entrance into the Black Ocean, and that's where I'm trying to get to.
Why?
Well, see, I heard that there was like the house of like a really powerful sorcerer, and that all of his studies and such were still there, and I'm trying to study to be a bit of a better, like, well, I don't like to use the term magician, but I know a couple of spells, and I'm trying to get a little bit better. So, I was hoping to maybe speak to him and, maybe get a little bit of teaching, because at the moment, all I can really do is make a really loud bang, which doesn't help with the physical appearance, or clean up after people. That's it. That's all I can do.
Oh. Well, you are right. You are definitely close to the Black Ocean. Are you not afraid of it? I know a lot of people are.
Well, I mean, I understand why people are afraid of it, because, it's got this really, really big persona about it, and there's a lot of rumors about it, but, there's a lot of big personas and rumors about carcharodines as well, and it's my kind of goal to let people see that, not all shark people are mean and nasty. So I think that if I go in there with a positive attitude, I think it'll be quite good.
We have had such an interesting time. Thus forth in our journey, and we've seen a lot of very scary things. And I know for a fact it is probably very dangerous to go into that area alone. Are you at all interested in anyone to travel with? I mean, I would have to ask the rest of the group. It's not really a me decision, but I would hate for something bad to happen to you if you were in there alone.
You mean like I could have like my own shiva, but like a positive shiva and not like the negative connotations of the word shiva?
Yes, and not strictly carcharodine.
I don't know what the positive version of a shiver is. Like a wiggle.
A wiggle, yes.
I think that would. I think that would. Yes.
Okay. I think that is a good idea. I will talk to my captain in the morning as well as everyone else. But I think I can't see a reason I mean, being afraid of blood might make the mission going forward a little bit difficult for you.
Oh, are you expecting there to be like hassle, like altercations?
There have been so many altercations so far.
Oh, I don't know how I'd be in that. Like I said, I don't got no teeth.
Do can you hit things?
I assume so. I walk into things a lot.
No more comments.
Okay. I'm really glad I came here and got weirdly, audibly assaulted by your small friend.
I am too. And then we can just
We can do
fade
the long
out.
rest there.
Yeah.
And as our party all gathers for a long rest, we're going to go for a 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you after we've had our break. Where we're definitely not going to talk about this lovely car thing that I Well, hello there, lovely folks. We are back, and all freshly rested. Echo, I want to go to you first. I say first. I want to go to Echo just for one little thing. What's Echo's reaction to their first time sleeping in a bed?
So they probably get up there, and at first, and this is the sad reality of it, at first they're probably gonna have to be pointed towards what the bed actually is. Because they've never had access to one before. So like, okay,
right.
What in this room counts? But once it's pointed out to them, it becomes testing it out, getting a feel for it, like where the boundaries are and everything, and then trying for the first time to figure out what's comfortable, rather than what works. Because they're used to finding small spaces to squeeze into and getting their rest in a safe place. And so it's not always the most comfortable, but it's safe. And so now they have to think about kind of comfort during sleep for the first time. And so it's a lot of different, like, does this position work? No. Does this position work? No, that doesn't work either. How does that work? And it probably takes them an hour to figure out what's comfortable for them, sleep-wise. Before they sleep their 15 minutes, get up, sleep their 15 minutes the next hour. And it's not quite right. And so they end up, without saying too awful much, trying to pull Reaver over into the bed as well, because it's just such an open space. And if Reaver acquiesces, if Reaver accepts, which is up to Reaver.
So Echo doesn't say anything. Are you pulling on the shoulder, like with your little hands? Are you pulling at my arm? Like, again, like, for now, given the information that I've just learned, it's going to be silently just sharpening the blade.
It's one on arm, one on, like, hand, but doesn't want to pull your hand away from the task, so only pulling on the arm, but the implication is both.
Is something wrong, Echo?
Echo is... the feelings that are being translated, absolutely nothing. They are a nice shade of powder blue. Mm-hmm. With even, like, probably a bit of lavender at this point. And I'll shake their head and go, nothing's wrong. Just, bed's really open. Do you want to lay down? And Echo's like, let Echo show you. And we'll once again try to move Reaver with them.
Okay. Because I know it'll be a stick out point, I'm going to detach the tooth again. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to put the sword back into but detach from my back and put it quietly down, because if Marisol's staying in the room with us, sleeping in the other bed, I don't want to wake them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to gently put it down, and then I'll let Echo lead.
And Echo's essentially, if the bed is against the wall, is going to get Reaver to lay down on the side that's not against the wall, and then curl themselves up on the bed between Reaver and the walls. They're essentially cuddling Reaver's arm. And so now it is a smaller space that they feel much safer in. And that is how, essentially, their first night goes with the bed.
Okay. Fantastic. It comes to the next day, and everybody's able to wake, and they're varying different methods of waking up. Marisol and Echo waking. No, sorry, not Marisol and Echo. Marisol and Luce waking. Feather and Reaver just being awake. Echo and Ariel and their weird sleep patterns, like waking up. Everybody is able to wake to their with a full long rest behind you guys. All back up to maximum and back up to as full as you should be. What would you all like to do in this moment as you wake? Does anybody have anything they would like to do? Or is it just heading downstairs to meet and regroup? Okay.
Marisol.
Oh, Marisol. Oh.
Once I see that you're awake, it'll be like acknowledging you. Once again, thank you for keeping Echo safe. But I have a God's question for you.
Okay.
When I was forming, I heard title. And you're the only one I know who knows gods, or at least the ones down here. Why would I hear a god?
Because I was talking to him.
Okay. And I'm going to try and gently sit up and not wake up Echo if Echo's in that 15-minute nap mode. If they are awake, I'm just going to gently like hold them while sitting up to then give my full attention to Marisol.
Mm-hmm.
I simply wanted to perhaps I, like many of us, had been blaming myself for too long, and I wanted to instead gain the confidence of vengeance over those who have hurt us. I reached out to Taito, because I know that is where you have driven strength for a similar composure. And he granted me a bit of a power change. I am still a healer. I still follow Sahalu. I just follow them both.
I am glad to know that even Taito can recognize the power of your voice. And it's not just me who sees it.
Thank you. He said I shall be called the voice of the storm.
A beyond fitting title. Any you say shall die.
Thank you.
How were you meeting with the Karkaradine? I do not know your past fully, but I do remember the shadows you showed. And we have not spoke since that fight. How are you?
I can't say I loved that experience. Watching everyone fall in that fight was a little too close to home, and I guess that is why I wanted to be able to pack a little bit more of a punch going forward. But I am glad we are all together and we are all safe again. I just hope that many of us never fall again. That was scary.
I'm glad you feel that way.
And if Ariel says he saw me cry, no, he didn't. He's a liar.
I'm fully aware he is.
How are you doing? Now that you have a whole new physical being.
It needs testing. But I think I'm stronger. But I meant what I said last night. Any who threaten the crew, I will cut down. I do not care for the quotations of innocence or civilian. It is the crew or no one.
I understand. Also, speaking of the crew, I have a bit of an ask.
By all means.
A bit of a favor. So, actually, also speaking of Karkaradine, you remember Shelly?
Yes. The reason I got us aptly kicked out of this place in less than an hour, I imagine.
Yes, well, after sitting down and talking with him for a while, he does not have anyone to be around with, and he also plans on going into the Black Ocean to try and find lost secrets of magic completely on his own, and he doesn't have teeth, even. I told him I would ask.
I'm using mine.
I promise you that was not where this was going.
I imagine that every time you mention he doesn't even have teeth somewhere, he just knows about it and he's like, it's true, we eat plankton, we're vegetarian.
Just again, literally the chest I've just made, I'm like, I need those.
I said I would ask if he could come with us. Because he doesn't have anyone. He has business where we are. To one of the many places we are going. And really, if we let him go down there by himself, he will die. And after all of this, do not feel like I want that on my conscience. I recognize this is a crew vote thing, but I wanted to tell you before I brought it up to everyone else.
If it will affect your morality, and you think that they can be of use, they're welcome to join. In the capacity that Malith is, they can come along. I won't protect them over you. If they get in the way, I'll treat them as such. But if you want them to travel, I have no qualm with it. And the crew can make their voice. Shelley is welcome.
Thank you. That sounds wonderful. And Echo seemed to like them too. Or it was too awkward to say that they did not like them. I am not entirely positive.
Echo was quite content with them, as far as I can read them.
Wonderful.
If you're ever wondering, just look at Echo's colors. They're the most honest of us all.
That is true. I don't have an exact guide to what color means what yet in every capacity.
Just ask me, and I'll tell you.
Okay.
If we're talking about crew matters, you'll be needed in a little bit for a bit of a patch-up, I think.
All right. You know, I think Shelley is going to be wonderful. because I think Shelley will also be a wonderful person for me to talk to about these patch-ups. Sometimes, I love you all very, very much. It is a lot to process.
Is Echo awake? I need to know this. Or is Echo sleeping?
Is Echo awake?
I have been running off of that Echo's asleep.
Okay. I'm gonna gently scoop Echo up. So they're still touching me, so they still have that safety net. Walk over, and I'm gonna gently place my other hand over and hug Marisol. Still, like, making sure Echo doesn't wake or get spooked.
No. You're not so scary.
No, I was always beaten at that post. But that's okay.
Also, who are we patching up?
Ariel.
Later. Okay.
I'm going to ask you not to get in my way with this.
I will not get in your way. Assuming you are not going to kill him. Reaver?
Fine. I'm pretty sure Echo would say the same, given the promise I made. Did I interrupt something, by the way, before? When I was, alerting us of the imminent super threat that was Shelley.
I think so.
I owe you a
We
drink and a paid-for room
Yes.
at any time of your request.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that you guys want to discuss there?
I think I am good.
Okay.
Oh, good.
We're now going to go to the other rooms, and as they wake up and make their way down. So Ariel, you and Malith wake up. Oh no, you're up there. Never mind. Malith wakes up, he heads down. Luce and Feather. Anything you want to do, or is it just waking up and heading downstairs?
I think. All right. I see you. I think that this is one of the first times that Luce actually utilized a bed since anyone's kind of known her. She usually sleeps upright like a fucking weirdo. She had a point of exhaustion. She was fucking tired. And I very much do think that last night it was once Feather followed her, she pretty much is just like, all right, stay in now, and just basically clung to him in the bed, made him sleep in the bed with her, whether he fucking wanted to or not, but man's a simp. So he probably just went along with it. Happily.
There could not be a truer statement made. Feather is a fucking simp.
Yes. And I think once they get up and she's awake and untangles herself from Feather, because it was quite a koala meets octopus situation. There are tentacles involved. No tongue, but there are tentacles. And she starts basically double checking all of her stuff. She would have gotten her sickle back from Malith. And before they leave the room, she just looks at Feather and says, I have a question for you.
Feather is pulling on a boot and stops and looks at you and he's like, okay.
What's a bale?
What's a what?
A bale.
A bell?
A bale.
Like a... Oh, I suppose you don't know if you're asking. It's like a large metal thing with like a metal swinging hammer inside it, and people attach them to big ropes and pull on them to make a big noise. And he'll just like thaumaturgy to make the noise of a bell.
I'm assuming underwater we don't have bells in the conventional sense that they would on the surface.
The closest you guys would have to bells and the way that the sound would travel would be, I don't know if you know what the instrument is, like a hang drum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I pictured a gong for some reason.
Hang drums would be the closest, but you would also have gongs underwater as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, hang drums would probably be the closest.
Oh, okay. So it's just something that makes that sound.
Yeah, and sometimes you get really big ones that sound like this and he makes a sound again. And sometimes at certain celebrations during the year, mostly towards like the end of the year, you get ones that sound like this. And he does this sound with thaumaturgy and it sounds like sleigh bells.
Hmm. Oh. Alright. I still don't understand why Reaver was asking if there was a bell going on. Now at least I know what a bell is. It's like a hang drum.
When we were on the ship,
mm-hmm.
whenever we were preparing to attack, there was a bell in the crow's nest, and they would ring the bell, and that would let everybody know to get into, you know, breaching positions.
All right. Well, I think I'm ready to go. I don't know what the fuck is gonna be the next debacle of the day, but at least I slept. Okay, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. And he stands up and he walks over and he puts his hand out to you.
She takes it and she'll kiss the back of his hand.
Okay, when that happens, he goes, "Now I'm ready."
I thought so. And then she'll kiss his cheek and just say, "Just for the hell of it." And then we'll go downstairs.
It's not possible for him to blush, but his face is like... it's like the goofy look on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Then they head downstairs. Ariel, you are up top. You are floating on the surface of the ocean. What do you do when you wake up?
I think the first thing I'm doing when he wakes up is I'm gonna, because I'm assuming everyone's getting breakfast and stuff, and they're gonna be a hot minute before they leave.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look at this rapier that we got, and like see if I can't Arcana check to see if it does something.
Make me an Arcana check.
Oh, that's actually bad. That's pretty good. Oh, shit. 23. Wait, no. Yeah, 23.
Okay.
The natural 19.
An Arcana check will definitely tell you that it has some magical properties.
Just gonna slide it back in. New day. Can't get worse. I'm gonna start just laying on my back, and then I'm just gonna allow myself to start sinking back down.
Eventually you reach the bottom and you're able to go in, and now everybody is in the same room together, preparing to settle down and no doubt eat food and such before leaving. I leave it open to the party as everybody is now in the same area. Shelley is not here yet.
How did everyone sleep?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. So, do we all remember our large friend we made last night that we accidentally almost threatened
Yeah, Shelley. Lovely.
Yeah,
Lovely.
the dire threat that almost assailed us during the night.
Yes. So me and Shelley were talking at the bar, and as it turns out, Shelley is interested in going into the Black Ocean to learn spells left behind by a great mage, to sort of up his sorcery knowledge. And he was planning on doing this by himself.
Okay.
Which it
I make a history check on that because Madre was a magic user in the Black Ocean.
You certainly can.
Heck. Modified 20.
Modified 20. There is a massive number of famous magic users that either originated in or eventually left and made their way to the Black Ocean. Could be anybody.
So, basically, upon hearing this and understanding that this man is not exactly the most equipped for such a journey, I said that I would ask if he could come along with us since we're going in a similar direction. And I will be honest, I do believe if he goes into the Black Ocean by himself, he will die, and I do not want that on my conscience.
I'm all for him coming with us. I think he would probably die within a day.
He doesn't have teeth.
What kind of Carcharodite doesn't have teeth?
He's a vegetarian. I guess he doesn't need them. I don't know where they went, but
As soon as you say he's a vegetarian, Feather is going to look right at Reaver and go, if we do not help him, he will die.
I'm just staring at Ariel.
Okay. Feather's going to insight that. Although he doesn't know what you could be staring him about, so I'm going to roll it with disadvantage. A 13 and a 14. So that's going to be a total of... Oh, I thought his wisdom was higher. That is a total of 17. Do you think a 17 would...
Feather's known me since ship days, yes.
You never like to presume. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Put it this way, I'll let you know, any insight for Feather, 10 up, knows.
Cool, good to know.
On Reaver.
Okay, cool. That's all Feather says. To the rest of the party, what's the rest of the party's thoughts on Shelley joining you?
Marisol, I'm fine. If anybody you think is probably gonna be needing a little help in traveling, because I mean, probably the best insight of that kind of thing with the whole empathy side of things. Practicality wise also might be an interesting time. I'm only a little apprehensive about the magic in the Black Ocean part. There's a lot of those kind of things historically. Also, Mama was also one of those people who kind of looked more into that than I ever paid attention to. But once again, magically stupid. It's kind of just a thing. What kind of did Shelley say? What kind of magic he was looking for?
No. He said that all he can do is make a large noise and clean up after people so far. So he's just trying to learn whatever he can, I think.
Did he say where in the Black Ocean mayhaps he's going?
He did not tell me that.
All right. Well, there's a probable chance we might be able to do that along the way of everything else we're doing. So I'm fine with it. I'm just a little apprehensive about where we're going to end up. And
No.
Echo can block that Lucas's tentacles are dense.
Listen, where I am, Shelley seems like a very reasonable person. And I'm sure if we can get him magic knowledge in other ways, he would be open to it. In fact we find out that this is a terrible, terrible way for anyone to go.
All right. I'm fine with that.
I mean, on the way as well, Feather, you might be able to teach him like some of the basics.
Feather's eyes will kind of come off of Reaver at that point and be like, if he's got the capability of learning through study, I can teach him. But if he's of some other form of processing magic, like if it's innate to him, and when he says that, he gets like a growl in his voice, like as if he just really fucking hates sorcerers because like he had to work for years to get his magic, and sorcerers just woke up one day, sneezed, and cast fireball. And then he kind of gestures towards yourself, Ariel, and is like, or if it's through some divine pact or whatnot. I mean, I can give guidance, but I don't really... I mean, it depends on how he learns magic, but I can certainly show him some things if he's willing to learn.
Yeah, well, if, like Marisol said, he's going to find this mage or whatever to learn from, maybe he does learn through study.
Luce is going to look at Marisol and switch to Murish and kind of just swim up closer to Marisol and just point blank ask, in Murish, am I going to have to go to Cephalophore?
Why on earth would I accept something that would take us back to Cephalophore?
Because that is where most of the big, powerful magic people take their studies. It is
He did not mention it, to my knowledge, no, and if I can help it, absolutely not. We will not go back there.
All right. Since it seems to be important to you, for you, I will make one foray into Cephalophore. Just one. And then switch back into common.
I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you, though. But we're fine with Shelley joining us then.
It seems like there are at least no objections. Echo, do you have any particular feeling on this?
Echo is entirely fine with Shelley joining. Echo just wants to make sure everyone has the knowledge that he is probably going to die.
Let's hope we can prevent that.
Well, that is the exact reason I am trying. That is the exact thing I'm trying to prevent. We'll see.
Echo just wants to make sure everyone has the same perspective that Echo has here. Echo has been with you all for 2 days. Echo has already almost died within one of those days, after having been fine on their own for a much longer extended period of time. Echo's worry is that because Shelley is traveling with us, our problems are going to become Shelley's problems, and if Shelley cannot fight for Shelley's problems or our problems, Shelley is going to die. Echo is fine with Shelley coming along. Shelley is not a threat.
You know, when you say it out loud like that, yeah, you're making a lot of sense.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
we could hire Shelly a bodyguard that isn't
Us?
death prone.
Mala? You know anybody?
I mean, like, there's a load of people between here and the Black Ocean that I could speak to or put in contacts with, but...
I think she was talking about you, buddy.
No, I was talking about the tide.
Oh,
Okay, so
No, I
see,
stand corrected.
see, Echo knew it.
I couldn't
If
walk.
you saw Echo doing some of their work, there's no way that you were not involved in some kind of weird shit.
Yes.
I mean, I work.
Just
I
always
work
the
with I work with an organization known as the Deep Tide. So, I've seen some stuff, but like nothing quite to the level of what you showed off that day.
Michael's glad it was impressive, but
Echo, you are very impressive.
Indeed.
I would like to think so.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm real good with dead things. My track record kind of precedes me. And we'll point to both Reaver and Feather.
Feather will smile and say, "I can confirm."
Revo says nothing.
So are you implying that Shelly is going to die, but that's fine because you're good with dead things, that Echo is dead, or that the bodyguard who we hire for Shelly is dead?
No, I'm just making a joke that I'm good with dead things because archaeology.
Echo missed so much.
It's alright, I'll explain it
If
later.
we bring Shelley with us and he should happen to fall, I can bring him back.
And I can too if I get to him fast enough.
I technically also can kind of help with that. Not like fully that, but you know what I have done before.
It'll be fine. So do we just need to go gather him up and tote him with us before we get kicked out of this place?
That's what it
Yes,
sounds
that is
like.
probably a good plan. Also, he is going. He referred to the crew because he was thinking of the positive connotation of a shiver. He referred to it as a wiggle.
And thus the party became known as
The Wiggles.
The Wiggles. Who wears the purple shirt? He was hot.
Marisol.
Yep,
So,
Marisol.
Correct.
100% Marisol.
alright. I guess because we don't know which room Shelly was in. So I guess we're just gonna wait for Shelly to join us, steal Shelly, and then leave.
If I might make a suggestion, maybe it'd be smarter if we wait outside. We're kind of not welcome back in here once we had woken up.
I'm fine with that.
Very well.
All right.
Yeah. Luce will leave word with the bartender or Shelly that we are waiting for him outside.
The bartender, she will take that and she'll say, "I'll let the big fella know when he comes down and he can head outside to meet you."
Thank you kindly. I hope you have prosperous business. And I am once again sorry for disturbing peace.
Absolutely fine.
It ain't polite. So I'm apologizing anyway. Daddy taught me better than that. And then she will leave.
Okay. You all make your way outside. Anything that would like to happen here before we go to Shelley joining and the party moving on?
Is Feather doing anything? If not, yeah, I'll do something.
Feather's eyeballing you.
Once we are, I would say, comfortably off the property line or property sands, I'm going to simply say, Ariel. Wait for him to turn around, activate Shocking Grasp, and punch him in the jaw. And I'm going to say,
Yeah.
I have a grievance, you fucking liar.
Okay. So just to confirm, and just to make for the sake of everything, everybody's comfortable with us going to an agreed upon state of PvP? Or minor scale PvP as it was agreed on? Yep. Okay, cool.
Yep. We checked this in the break, and as always, to those who are watching, always talk with your players if something like this is going to happen, and make sure everyone's good.
Always double check with everybody and make sure it's okay. Okay. So, so your fist collides, the shocking grasp goes through. What's your strength modifier, Reaver?
+3.
So if I'm correct, you'll deal 4 damage.
Let me check.
Or
unarmed strike.
So I just want to double check. Are you making an unarmed strike or are you using shocking grasp?
I'll probably go with the shocking grasp instead and just hold him.
Okay. Roll the lightning damage.
Let me check. I think it's a D8. It's a D6.
It's a cantrip, so I believe at this level it's a D8. Oh wait, no. You guys are 6th level. It might be 2D8.
2D8. It is. I apologize for how much this is going to sting.
Spicy.
It's 10 damage.
Okay.
As that collides, Feather is going to go. Not to be a nitpicker, but you're supposed to air the grievance first, and then we discuss it, and then it goes to trading blows. Just.
Okay. Say your piece, I guess. I don't know how this works.
This is not going to be a code-sanctioned meeting. Ariel, I've been asked to leave you breathing. What the fuck did you give that bartender's husband?
Traded a knick-knack for a knick-knack.
Insight. As I will say, so not a luck charm that you call them.
Ariel, no need to roll. We'll see the insight check here.
16.
It was the mountain elf that gave an item in the name of luck. Ariel did not. Ariel literally was given something for the sake of good luck, and Ariel went, I have to give something back.
I thought it was the other way around with the luck charm. Okay.
Nope.
No.
That's one less grievance. There's still a few.
Yep.
By all means.
Yeah. No, Captain. I was given something, if you look at my belt. And so, in terms of hospitality, it seemed only right to give something back. Out of a kindness.
Very well. And I'm going to let him go. I'm going to kneel so he can still be at face-to-face with me.
Oh.
Echo is a monster. Feather is a monster. Go ahead. Diamond, I saw your hand burst up.
Because I take verbatim notes, Ariel gave the luck charm first and did call it a luck charm because I have in quotations.
I have it written the other way around.
Yeah.
This is why I was like,
Yeah.
This is why I was like, oh shit, because I'm sure it was a luck charm.
Verbatim, what I have on my side of the notes, because I take them in the moment. Party leaves the Sunken Monk and sees the sea elf and her mountain elf husband in the diving suit husband. Ariel gives a luck charm to the husband and receives a stone from the mountain elf's hair in return.
So I have it that Ariel gives. Sorry. The Ariel pointed out the charms in the mountain elf's hair. The mountain elf explained that they were for luck. At which point Ariel said he does something similar and gestured to his things. The mountain elf then gave him one of the things out of his hair, at which point Ariel gave one in return. That's what I've got written down.
Yeah, it's still this by the basis of Ariel still gave the mountain elf the luck charm before, because it was offered after the information of, oh, you have things in your hair.
Okay.
Here, I will give you one too in place of hospitality.
Yeah, but he doesn't give it in the name of luck. He gives it out of a sense of what's the word I'm looking for?
Reciprocity.
No.
Right?
Obligation. He was given something, he has to give something in return. Just because it was designated that he gives these as luck does not mean it's given in the same manner. A red rose given, red roses mean love, but you can give red roses to your mother, doesn't mean you're romantically interested.
Unless you're Oedipus.
Unless you're Oedipus.
Unless you're Oedipus.
Or from Alabama.
Continue.
So I'm completely understanding of the fact of it is something that Ariel has said, I give these for luck. What I'm talking about is in the spirit of how he gave it, it was not given in the name of luck.
That's fair, but I'm happy either way, because again, if anything, this makes it less of a bollocking.
Yeah. Either way, whichever one it is, I'm cool with whatever happens.
Okay.
Continue on.
Train of thought. What was I saying?
You hadn't said anything yet.
You had said Echo is a monster.
Ah, yes.
Thank you, Ratkit. Echo is a monster. Feather is a monster. I am a monster. None of us are freaks. Keep that word to yourself.
Fair. Noted. Meant no disrespect. I apologize for that. I will be sure to remember.
I'm still talking, Ariel. And you're going to just see, the anger flowing.
Feather will speak up at that and say,
yes,
he's
sir.
allowed to address as he's accused.
It's okay, Feather.
No. It's not. His grievances are right, but there's a process. He wanted the code here, the code's here.
I said it wasn't code because I called him a liar.
Yeah, but if you're making an accusation, by the code. You can't just pick and choose the code.
No, I know, but that's again the problem of Reaver. This is why we're like, oh, this is going to be a problem that's going to be addressed. Yeah, absolutely. Continue. Just give him the heads up.
He acknowledges you've said this is not going to be code sanctioned. Reaver's callback into the conversation you guys had of being like, are you sure you want the code down here? Because they don't know. They don't know what we have to go through. So he's making it clear. Like, no, you said you want the code. You're sticking to the code. It's calling back to the conversations you guys had.
That's going to get him more conflicted again because of he knows what the code means by calling someone a liar. And what the problem. And again, for the people who are watching, he also promised Marisol he wouldn't kill Ariel. Confliction's going to really start growing internally. Keep the freak out. Mouth. Echo was going to kill you. Echo didn't. Because I asked them to keep you safe. You could check with Echo. That's why you're breathing right now. Or at least, that was the reason before. You are breathing right now because the crew and Marisol asked me not to kill you. If you put Echo in danger again like that, by causing them to run because they are a monster and they have traits, I will deal with you myself. I have known Echo for barely over a day, and I understand them better than you do. And they understand me better than you do. I demote you of scout. And that is all. And he's going to stand up, look at Feather. Do any of the crew object to this? Ariel, do you have any piece to say?
Ariel, before you say anything, can you make me a perception check?
Oh, Ariel doesn't say anything, just...
Okay, well, can you make me a perception check?
Yeah. Uh, 18.
Okay. Feather is going to look at you, and he's going to shake his head. But it's not like a shut up and do it. It's like a I don't know how to say it. He's trying to show support by saying look, just don't, it'll get sorted, just don't.
Yeah, Ariel just looked at Feather and it's just that. No cap.
I'm then going to hold out my hand to lift him up, because he's still crew. I'll pull him up, and then I'll say, grievance done. That's it.
That's it. Thank you, Captain.
I'd like to potentially voice something if possible.
We'll turn, simply go, as is your right.
I accept your statement, Captain, and I agree with you that Scout, or former Scout Ariel, did say some things that were wrong. I also recall several times we were treated under harsh conditions for doing exceptionally silly things when we were new to such a life. And how we would complain and how we would raise our grievances. I do this, or I request this, because of the actions I've seen here and you being so willing to cast aside the code that you all but enforced upon anyone here. I make a motion to reinstate Marisol as our leader.
And so 13 on Feather.
I will give you the exact same rule. The exact same rule. If it's above a 10 for Feather, you got it. It's exactly as he said. You know, when you guys had that conversation talking about the code might not work down here. It might not be right. And you, Reaver, I say you, not you. Reaver was adamant, like, no, we need the code. And right there you said, this ain't the fucking code. But with that 10 insight, I'm also going to give you this. Reaver wants to bring you down to a position of equality. Because he wants to be able to not have to ask permission to speak unbarred.
Yeah, Feather, you mean?
Sorry, Feather, yeah.
Yep.
Feather wants to bring Reaver down to a position where he doesn't need to go permission to speak. Because there was a conversation you guys had, which was permission to speak, and you went no. And that fucked him off. So, now that this is a culmination of things that have came round, and calling back to the conversation you guys had, Feather is doing this, and you can, again, with that insight I'll give you, it genuinely upsets him to do this, but he feels like he needs to bring you a position where you guys can speak as equals in order to solve something. And I'm not going to say what that something is, because I would like that to be something that comes up at a later point.
Okay.
Feather, if it's all right with the crew, I would like to refrain from this vote, as a vote for or against could be seen as a point of weakness or a conflict of interest with the grievance that was happened.
That's completely your call to do, Ariel. I would like it also to be noted that this has nothing to do with the accusations against Ariel.
I understand. I would still like to refrain from the vote.
That's fine. So we have one abstention.
It is your right to request, but I may ask a question first.
Ask it.
And he's going to tap his head.
Feather will tap his head, set up the telepathic communication.
Can the ways of home be even held down here, truly?
I think
Celia?
I think they can. By Reaver. But right now I saw Archie.
I accept the nomination request. I vote Marisol.
2-4. One abstention.
Marisol.
Are you voting for me? Are you asking?
Asking. How do you
Yes.
feel about that?
I will do whatever I can to make sure everything goes smoothly. If things go the smoothest when I am in charge, even though I do not relish taking the position away from Reaver, I will do it.
But is it what you want to do? Do you want to be captain again? Because there's conflict and dire situations going on amongst us. Or are we leaning too much on you?
Honestly, I think being in charge in some of these situations might actually make things easier.
Do you want this?
Yes.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
Now,
Oh,
Marisol,
right.
remember, you don't need to reveal what you're you don't need to reveal what skill check you're rolling for here, unless Luce beats it. Okay.
Okay.
14.
Yeah, Marisol is. She's hesitant because I think underneath it you can tell she's a little worried about doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
But she does seem like she actually does kind of want the ability to make some more decisions.
Braver.
We will look.
Do you want to be captain?
What I want and what is being asked are different things, Luce.
And I'm being asked to vote one way or another. What do you want, Braver? Do you want to be captain?
Yes.
Sick check. God damn it. It's a natural 20 for a 21.
He wants to hold as much control as he can, but something has very much shook him up. So, like, he does not want to give up captaincy, but something was said, and it's very clear that Feather said something that has, like, shook him. It's why he voted Marisol. That, like, immediately, as soon as, like, he, like, stopped looking at Feather, he said Marisol.
I vote Marisol for the interim. And leave it up to Marisol to hand it over again, and not by a crew vote. By Marisol's own hand, should captaincy be returned or given away back to when it may go. That is my condition of my vote for Marisol. I don't think it's fair to put burdens on people's shoulders when they already carry the weight of the world on them.
Feather will turn to Echo and say, "You get a say in this as well, Echo. You're part of us now."
Is Echo allowed to answer with more than yes or no?
Of course. You're allowed to answer with as many words or as little words as you wish.
Echo has reached an impasse that has nothing to do with either Reaver or Marisol. This impasse has reached no matter who is captain. Echo's issue is regardless of who is captain, Echo is no longer able to follow the code.
Would you be more comfortable being just here with us and not having to be part of all that? Malif travels with us just fine.
And Echo has seen how Malif is treated.
That's more of a Malif thing. That ain't gonna be anybody who...
That is not true. Echo has seen how everyone outside of the crew is treated. By one person in particular. If Echo is not crew, Echo is not safe. But Echo can also no longer follow the code. It would be... To follow the code would mean Echo must break a promise. In order to keep the promise, Echo must break the code. This is why Echo is at an impasse. And Echo will look towards Feather, full body, and will go, Echo does not know what to do in this situation.
That's fine. You don't need to vote if you don't want to. Much like Ariel, you can choose what we call abstaining. It means you don't say anything. And I do want to make you aware, Echo, you are safe, because if you're around me or Reaver, regardless of any dispute that is going on here, we both made you a promise. You are safe. And I will bet my eternity on that. Regardless of crew or not.
Then Echo will abstain from voting, but their abstainment will be they are no longer crew.
Okay. As my count is, Marisol stands as now in charge. Anybody else count different? Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to air out?
I was about to say, if we're gonna move, if there's anyone else that has any other grievances with me, let's just get it the fuck over with.
A fair ask. Does anybody have anything else they want to air against anybody in particular right now?
Echo's insight checking everybody. Everyone
A party-wide insight
Party-wide insight.
Fuck.
Cool, that is a nat 20 for 28.
Gonna put the dice down.
Pretty much.
Joke's on you, I rolled a nat 1. I was going to tell you anyway. Nat 1 for Feather. Motherfucker it's all over his face. He's just like...
Which makes sense with everything Feather just did.
Pumpkin. Wow.
Pumpkin.
All right, everyone, give it to me.
Does Pumpkin have grievances?
Pumpkin, do you wish to air your grievances as part of the crew?
One second, let me get her.
Okay, well, I guess Marisol's off doing that. Feather looks that halfway point between like self-loathing and like a little bit of pride. Like, okay, yeah, that was kind of shit that I had to do that to my best friend, but I'm also glad it worked. That's where Feather stands right now.
No one wants to go next is what I'm seeing.
Yep. Give it to me, buddy.
It's difficult. My brain's going like, but yeah. I was like, oh, so many names. No, say the right one. To answer in a weird way, how you would view it, Reaver is Coral and Carmine.
Understood.
For those who aren't looking, it's not being hidden. Something has just snapped. Not like in a like snap aggression, like, but something is just broke.
Yeah.
And he can't work it out. Someone's been given Sophie's choice.
Marisol?
Who's next?
So I think at this point, Marisol Marisol's also not really trying to hide anything. She's not upset with being captain, but at this point, she is holding herself in a way of being a little bit upset with just the system in which she is captain of. She doesn't like that Echo would no longer consider themselves crew. She doesn't like the idea of us all just sitting down and being like, let's gang up on Ariel. She doesn't like kind of any of how this has been going, and right now she's just like, can I change this? Am I allowed to change the code? Because I think because I think it might be getting to about that time that maybe we need some new rules.
Alright. Real and loose. And Malith. Malith's also in this insight check, motherfucker.
I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Ariel is, for the first time, well, not the first time, Ariel is tired. And Ariel wants to get it over with. Whatever problems people have, let them be known. Get it. Whatever you need to do, get it done. Let's move on.
Yes.
Looking at me. Oh, buddy.
Yep.
Luce was fine through the whole interaction with Ariel and Reaver. Luce was fine and had relaxed a bit when asking the questions of Marisol and Reaver, basically like the captaincy, because she wanted it to be not forced upon them. And then at the moment of, is there any other grievances to get out, she became tense again. It became very much the same thing Echo had perceived before. If she is not in physical contact with someone, her body like basically goes into this calm before the storm again. And because I rolled a fucking 10, anyone looking at this in this moment will see that the claws behind her eyes are starting to come back. And it's kind of that like head tilt shift, and the entire change in demeanor is being fought in her in this moment, because it's kind of a conversation internally is happening. And it's boiling over. And she looks to Marisol and just says, I don't know how to use words in this moment, Marisol. What we talked about, I don't think I can do it the way you like. But I do have a grievance that I tried to get out and I tried to let go of, but I don't think it can be let go of in a way I know how. I don't want to beat and batter someone who's already had their comeuppance from somebody else in the crew right after. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem helpful.
Whatever helps you feel better. I'm all for it.
You're a liar and a coward. And if you do not duel me over a grievance I hold against you, I will challenge it to trial. And I will put my life up on that line.
Terms and weapons?
No magic. No magic items. No magic using. Just the daggers Reaper gave us. On a time that the captain sets, when you're not hurt. It ain't
And
fair.
you will not kill each other.
No,
Of course not.
that would upset you.
Well, I want you to feel better. I want
Insight
this
check.
grievance. Insight check.
That's not gonna give you much. It's a 7.
He's being honest.
7.
Whilst this is happening, just to give you like, because it needs one thing that's spelled out, and it's in like, the breakdown is going much worse now, and you're just going to hear like a half-muttered word of seconds. Like it's like because he's just handed over captain, but like his brain hasn't processed everything. He just went like seconds need to be termed.
Yeah.
You two will need seconds. Whether you want them now, or you want them at the time of the duel, is up to you.
It might be good to have them now, just so talks can be had. And if it makes you feel any better about me being up to speed, I'm gonna just rub my neck a little bit and dump 2 of my healing light into me. And that brought me up to full.
Then name your second first.
Feather is going to look at you, Luce, and say, I don't want you to get mad at me. I'm doing this to make sure no one fucking dies.
Rather, she needs you more than I do. I choose mouth.
Ariel... Then fine. Instead, that's all well and good. That's all well and good. What I was about to say there was, Luce, I'll be your second.
All right.
And Ariel's just gonna look at Feather and just mouth, thank you.
Feather nods. He looks slightly confused because he was always going to step in and say he was going to be Luce's second.
It's more of the thank you for making sure I don't get killed.
And
Damn.
Did I insight check Malith earlier? Do I get that insight check now? Now that Malith is
yeah.
a real thing.
Malith is kind of, funnily enough, for 2 people who like are like standing on opposite sides here, obviously because Echo is closest to Reaver, Malith is kind of at this moment in time closest to Ariel. They could not be more similar. He's just standing here like, where do I belong in this shit? Like, he's just standing to guide them like, Jafar, he's our man. If he can't do it, great. So yeah, Echo and Malith, kind of similar stances here. So seconds.
I hate this bonding exercise.
I know, right? So seconds have been drawn, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Feather turns to Marisol. Captain, when do you want this done?
Not right now. I need like an hour to process everything that is going on in front of me.
Marisol,
Yes.
I'll give you 24. Plus then some. I said, and she softens completely. When the head tilt goes back to normal, and it, like, her entire physicality changes when she talks to Marisol.
Mm.
And because Luce doesn't hide body language, she is all body language. Even the tone of her voice shifts into that softness. And it started shifting into softness whenever Feather was talking. Marisol, I said I would want the captain to basically determine when it happened, because it's part of my apology to you that I can't do this the way that you would like it to be done, which is words. I'm a creature of action. I'm a creature of physicality.
No, I understand. I understand that this has to happen the way it has to happen. You guys have to work things out the way that works for you. That all being said, I would like that this duel does happen in 24 hours. At night, after Shelley has gone to bed. Because we still have to deal with that.
Because I don't want violence around my child.
Because I just brought him in here. And after this is done, we are all going to sit. And we are going to go over this code. And we are going to make some changes. Because I am in charge now. And this has gotten a little ridiculous. I understand that people like to solve things with fists. To an extent, I was an only child, so I don't know exactly how it typically goes when you have siblings. But there at least has to be a set of guidelines that everyone feels comfortable with. Not that someone has to leave the crew because they don't want to break a promise. Not that people are putting their lives up at trial because someone is a liar and a coward. No offense. I don't...
Luce and Reaver are going to get this for free. Feather's face is basically screaming, "Finally, some fucker said it!"
Feather, in return, is getting... Reaver has just completely snapped. That last little bit of home hope, gone.
I'm going to make a note of that, because we are cutting to end time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, Marisol, please finish what you were saying there.
Yes. I want us to be a crew. All of us to be a crew. With a goal. And if we can't all agree on the terms of that, then we are not all working towards the same goal. Does everybody understand?
Absolutely.
Aye, Captain.
Clearly.
Malith will
Very well.
Malith will awkwardly. I don't know if I get a say, but aye.
Yes, you get the say.
Echo holds
You
a
are
thumbs
here.
up towards Malice.
Like,
Malith and Echo, best friends.
Ariel's gonna take a note of that.
All right.
Feather will go. Right, 24 hours. That means for the next 24 hours, we all behave cordially. You don't have to be best friends, but you don't have to be threatening and plotting each other's deaths in the backgrounds. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Of course.
Good. Then I say that we all wait nicely and quietly and silently for our new shark friend to join us. And at
Of
least
course.
try and pretend that he's not walking into a shit show.
Echo's wings are like wrapped around the helmet. Just
Feather-
obscuring Reaver's face.
Feather looks at Echo so apologetically. He's like, "I'm so fucking sorry. I'm trying to be nice."
It's another thumbs up.
At that point, is there anything quick that would needs to be done just now before we just close up?
The last thing, and it's one sentence. It's Echo tapping side of their head for Feather.
Quicker than he's done it to anybody like so far in this day. He's immediately like, "Whaboom," and he speaks first. He's like, "What do you need?"
Echo's almost taken aback for a second. Just like, whiplash, dear gods. And for Reaver, by the way, while you're having this mental breakdown, mental split, Echo's almost the most content you felt them. I'm so sorry. You're having a mental breakdown and they're so chill.
For once, Reaver's falling apart, it seems, and Echo's like, don't worry, do about a thing. Echo, what do you say?
All Echo does is Echo gives Feather the lowdown on everyone's mental state that they got.
Okay.
And then the last thing I say after that is, Echo needs that code to die. And then
Okay. And with that, we will close out. Oh, hold up. Luce, quickly go.
Wow. I'd rather have this mental conversation. Luce is just gonna stand next to Reaver and just not even expecting a response, and is not going to pose it as a question. Just going to say, dance with me later. That's it.
Reaver, any response? No? Okay.
Yep.
Then that's where we wrap today's session. Thank you to everybody that came to see us. Thank you to my amazing cast, and thank you for the maturity that was upheld today. A lot of PvP, not necessarily combat, but certainly turmoil came out there, and you guys all handled it with aplomb. Phenomenally well done. I've seen players that have been playing for much longer fall about because somebody didn't let them have the dagger they wanted. So well done to you motherfuckers for that. I am a fan of rewarding in strange ways. So I'm going to give a reward based on the RP today and based on how you guys handled that. No, I can already see some of your faces. You're not getting a level up this fucking early. No.
I was about to say.
I'm not thinking what boss fight is about to come at us.
But what I am going to say is I'm going to let you guys choose a free feat.
Oh!
no. Oh no!
Pick any feat. You cannot take an ASI, but you can take a feat. Have a feat. Go for it.
Oh, diamond. Oh no.
Thank you to the audience that came and seen us today, and thank you for my cast being so fucking phenomenal. It is an honour in moments like this to be a DM for a party that holds situations like that. If you like what you've seen us today, check out all of our social medias on World Tree Quests. I'm actually getting better at posting on them, so you will see stuff like that. And I'm going to get back to posting stuff on my own social media, which is at Son of Asgard. I can't remember anything else. I am starting to get into DM drop right now, so I'm going to move on quickly to my cast members. Kyle, anything that you would like to plug here at all?
I do DMing on Start Playing as just Kyle. If you want to see me as a DMC dealing with stressful stuff, that's by all means. But definitely go see these other amazing people. The fact that they the free feet throw me off for a loop here. I entirely support, again, as a DM who does this professionally. Brand's point is amazingly put. Like the fact that Ariel and the other party members got spoke to me like during the break and the build up were like, hey, here is how character arcs. This is how you do as a group. It's what my character would do without being the stereotypes. Like, you need to go, what levels can we set? How do we comfort? Amazing to everyone. I appreciate it all. And I look forward to the utter breakdown I now have to work out for my character. Yeah, pass it over.
Phenomenal.
I would also, if I may, I would also like to say, yes, talk to your party before you at all talk about PvP. Me and Kyle have been talking about this moment for a while. Please talk to your party if anything like this happens.
It is incredibly important. During the break, I heard several party members having these conversations, and it was opened up with not with, listen, this is what my character's going to do. It was opened up with, what's the line? What's the line here? And that's how it should be. So definitely do approach that situation in a constructive manner rather than just going balls to the wall. But it's what my character would do. Yeah, well, my character would shit on your grave. Denny, anything you would like to plug at all? I understand there's some new things that might be popping up for you to plug at all.
Yes. So you can always find me on TikTok at Lawless Aries Cosplay. You can find my jewelry at Magpie Finds Jewelry on Instagram or on Etsy. I finally have it up and running. There's like 14 listings on there now. It's not everything that I've made. I will probably be adding more as I go along. But yes, please check it out. I'm really excited.
So are we. I love your big stuff. I'm gonna wear them all.
Thank you. This is what I made this session.
Ready.
Thank you.
Phenomenal.
It's so cute.
Do you do customs?
I could do customs, yeah.
Fucking yes. Go and check it out. Go and look at the Etsy shop and buy the beadworks because they're fucking beautiful. Thank you very, very much for that there. Danny, Tom, quickly, anything for you at all?
Hi everybody, I'm That One Warlock. I make the saddest characters you've ever seen on the internet. You can find me across all social medias at That One Warlock. Oh my god, excuse me. Sorry, lots of liquids. You can find me on Mondays with the lovely Madness Diamond and on the Starfield Twitch channel in a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse where I play the Theurge Glasswalker, Travis, who's also an archaeologist and has a little tiny spider spirit living in his phone. On Tuesdays, you can find me on Game Raider Girls Twitch channel playing a different kind of archaeologist. Backer Jostrum's the Circle of the Moon Druid who wild shapes exclusively into dinosaurs. On Wednesday, you can find me on the Dice and Autism Twitch channel playing as everyone's favorite werewolf dilf, Connor Hottison, who we've figured out, well, not figured out, we just captured a god in a jar, so that's a thing. And then next Thursday, you can find me here on the World Tree Quest playing as everyone's favorite twink, Ariel, who's about to get his ass kicked. And that's me.
That about wraps that. Thanks very much for that, Tom. Moving on quickly to Diamond. What about yourself?
Hiya, I'm Madness Diamond. Since you saw all of this shit, you can call me Diamond. I am a TTRPG active player, an author, a writer, and cosplayer and a content creator across the board. I'm also a sex worker who works with a nonprofit called Decrim 305 based in the Miami-Dade County in Miami, Florida. I have a very long actual play schedule. You can find it all on my beacons link, beacons.ai/madnessdiamond. You can find all my socials at Madness Diamond, unless you're looking for me on TikTok. I am Madness Diamond 2.0. On Mondays, you can find me on the Starfield, playing Guardians of Neptune's Cairn, our Werewolf the Apocalypse W5 Edition Chronicle, where I myself play Soiree, the Ragabash Silverfang, who is burdened with the power of leadership and trying to keep the pack together. I did my big reveal on April Fool's Day, where I, the person who doesn't know anything Star Wars, had my character cosplay a Star Wars character, and it broke my entire party. On Tuesdays, you can find myself and the lovely Selkie Cove, hi bestie, playing Emerald Sanctum's our World of Darkness multi-splat, where I play Bay, the very human hunter who is currently stuck in a shifter cuddle puddle. If you'd like to see that, you can tune into Dinner and Games Twitch channel for that on Tuesdays. And then on Thursdays, you can find me here on World Tree Quest playing your totally not, it actually is breaking down slowly but surely, but leaning on that little joke of a harem that is kind of no longer a joke anymore. Party members, Nosine Blue Sylvestra, your Battle Master Barbarian. So yeah, that's everywhere you can find me, and you can follow my socials where I post sometimes wholesome content. Most of the time it's unhinged.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. And moving on to last but not least, Selkie, anything that you would like to plug at all?
Hello. I'm Selkie Cove. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Selkie Cove. My TTRPG actual play schedule is on Tuesdays with the lovely Diamond. You can see me on Emerald Sanctums, where I get to play Fia Kramirin, who is a Macaulay pirate captain from the 1700s. He functions a lot differently than Reaver did as captain, to an extent, unless you fuck with his crew. And then you might get mysteriously struck by lightning repeatedly until your body doesn't exist anymore, which is an actual thing that has happened. So, yeah, Shifter Cuddle Puddle is where we left off on that, which I am so happy about. And then on Thursdays, you can obviously find me here playing Echo, who is surprisingly not in the middle of being in distress For once, it's everyone else, and them and Malith get to have a little, we don't know what we're doing here, but we are here kind of moment, which, you know, phenomenal. Every other Friday, you can find me on Dinner and a Game, playing Cyberpunk Red. It's this Friday is one of the on weeks, where I get to play Jester, who's the rocker boy, who is a homicidal jester who got to rip a man's head off of his body last session, which is so much fun. And then on Saturdays, you can find me for the last session of an arc on Meister Hypster's Twitch channel, where I get to play Amaret Fane, who's a gender fluid Toreador, who just lost 2 points of humanity last session. Which sounds like a ton, and it is, but that just means she went down from 9 to 7, which means she's just at human levels now. But for a surprise and something I wasn't expecting to be part of, but I am now, this coming Wednesday, you can see me back on Dinner and a Game for Miss Liss's kind of side series? I don't know what to call it. The cult series is what it was described as to me, where I get to play Calyx, who has a lovely, like, happy, like, backstory where he's just an annoying little shit, and jokes about killing cops all the time. So if you would like to see one of my light-hearted characters while everyone else is losing their mind in trauma, that's where to find me this coming week.
Go and check out all these lovely people, because they all deserve it more than anything. If that's everything from my players, that's everything from me. So thanks for coming to see us, guys. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and soon TikTok. With me today, we have had Selkie Cove, we've had Just Kyle, we've had That One Warlock, we've had Madness Diamond 2.0, and we've had Lawless Aries Cosplay. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe, fuck it. My cast were fucking great today. They don't need a fucking fancy tagline. This cast is fucking baller. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good fucking night.